Okay. Ria, you're the handsome face. Can you just go and say testing, testing? Good morning, good morning. Hey? Good morning. I'm just waiting for.
You just stay there.
I can. Okay. Try again.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, that sounds like the speakers are working.
Now, here,
Christopher, music. And then just check the mic. Try again.
good morning, everyone.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Rian. Are you going to be the MC next time?
I'll be.
Morning. How are you? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to those online and to those of you in the room. I know for those of you in the room, it's cold and frosty morning, rainy morning in Cape Town. But a big round of applause to all of you for getting out of bed, for showing up, and for being here to have a dialogue. So, just some quick house rules. We're going to have 2 tea breaks, okay, 2 body breaks. If you need to go to the bathroom, it's out through the doors, across the hall. To your left, you will see a bathroom on your left-hand side. Can I please ask that some of the topics we talk about here are quite sensitive, and these speakers that we have here are professional speakers that give of their time to come and share their knowledge and experience with us. So I ask that if you have any comments or any questions, can you please be respectful in the way you address our speakers? We're here to dialogue and not to criticize each other. We know that our country is in a dire state, and the only way we can improve the situation is by having dialogue and coming up with solutions. It's no good that we sit in our chairs, or we sit on our phones and social media and complain about the justice system, about things that aren't working in our country. It is up to us as individuals to be change, agents of change. And so I thank and I welcome all of you into the space where we can have honest conversation. I see a lot of new faces, and we have a lot of students in the house. Welcome. I must say, we've got UCT here, we've got UWC, ex-UWC, but still UWC. And we've got Unisa in the house, so it's really nice to see many of the students, students that are just about to graduate and going to practice, attend these dialogues. And because we've got new faces, I think I'll just give a quick history of why we actually started the dialogues. I don't actually have my slideshow on. Do you have an old one? So my husband, Dear Emeritus, and a group of 10 women started the dialogue in 2021. Liesel Cornier, who's sitting here in the front, she's one of the founding members of the dialogue, the original dialogue. And no, that's the huddle.
At the left.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think I was going to give the history today, but because we got new faces. So anyway, my husband and 10 moms got together, and these moms were struggling within the court system with their own cases, and so they approached my husband and they said to my husband, could you please help us as we cannot afford legal representation? My husband then came and he capacitated the moms to represent themselves in their court cases. And as the dialogue evolved, we had more and more professionals actually coming on board, and they wanted to attend the dialogue. So we needed a bigger venue, and we moved to the MPA building in town. And often we would have anything between 60 to sometimes 200 people in the room and online. It grew amazingly, and it was successful. We did really, really well, but as a mediator, I just felt that we needed to be having a different dialogue. I found that when we look at the social ills that we're experiencing in our society, going to court is not always the solution. And I felt that we needed to include everyone in this conversation to find solutions in how we can, solve these problems within community. And so, I'm a mediator, I work a lot with families, and I'm never for one party, I'm for all parties. Okay, that's my job. And so I felt that by only capacitating the mothers, we were just putting a band-aid on the problem. And I felt we needed to get the dads involved. And so we evolved into bringing the dads to have a dads dialogue. And I know the last 2 dialogues we had here in this premises, the father's dialogue, this room was full to capacity. It was a healing space for both moms and dads. The moms, the feedback we got, the moms did, it was really good to hear the father's point of view, and for the fathers that are in the room, just to be honest and vulnerable. It was healing for them to be able to share their stories in respect. Okay. So then we broke away from the MPA. We wanted to have more honest conversations where we were not sort of boxed in with what we were allowed to share and not share. And we then therefore broke away, and we've now moved to the north. And we just happened to choose this venue because it was the only venue that would give it to us for a nominal fee. And I want to address this because I know that we get emails, we get messages from people saying, can I get a reduced fee to attend the dialogues? In all honesty, for the parents, we charge 50 Rand, and for the for the professionals, we charge 100 Rand. Now, 100 Rand, we sit here as a professional to gain knowledge is really nothing, okay? If we count how many people are here today, we're literally covering our venue fee. And I think for all transparency purposes, I'd like to just declare that the venue cost us 1,500 Rand for 50 participants and below. Okay, so if you add up the numbers, you will see that we're actually we're not making money from this. It really is just to cover our venue fees, and we're very thankful to Predators for giving us such a reduced price and be able to use the facilities that we have. We have the space, we have the kiddies corner that have a room, and then the whole play area, and space for the children to be looked after while we're having these conversations. So please don't send us those emails asking for a reduced price if you really can't afford it. February dialogue, sometimes we have to cover the venue fee, and we do it because we're so passionate about changing community. Okay. It is a voluntary run program, so everything that we do here, our speakers, our amazing guest speakers, they don't get paid for their taxpayers often share with us. They do it voluntarily. All of the amazing ambassadors or people with their little tags in front of them, our ambassadors, they do this with heart and soul. No one is paid for what we do here. Okay. And so what I can say is from this space, we are very proud to say that we had many organizations spring up from the state. So people come here, they get capacitated in a professional capacity, or even, as a parent, and they go into their communities and they start something very similar. Or they start doing work in, the courts or organizations on a volunteer. So I know that when I attended the very first dialogue because I was supporting my husband. And then I didn't come for a long time. I was babysitting the children while the moms and Dion were doing the dialogue. And about 18 months later, I did attend the dialogue again. And it was sitting in the dialogue, did I decide to become a mediator? So I was sitting in the dialogue, and there was, for those of you know, Advocate Sharon Ibrahim. She's a chief family advocate for the OFA. She came and she spoke. And as she was sharing about the work that the OFA does, I was like, oh my gosh, I actually want to do that. I can see myself being in that space. And when I looked up what it would take for me to be a family advocate, I was like, sorry, I don't have 4 years of my life to study law. I appreciate you going that way, so that's not the answer. But soon after that, there was a young guy who gave his testimony. He was 17 years old. He gave his testimony, and with his permission, I'm allowed to share something to him. His mom is now 20 to be exact. So he shared his testimony, and basically he shared the story of how when his parents were getting divorced, they had to go to office of a family advocate, and he was interviewed by a family advocate. He said he felt that the family advocate only gave him 15 minutes to share his story and to almost give insight into what he wanted with regards to his parents. It was not enough time. Now, unfortunately, that is the state of our justice system. There's just no capacity, okay? And so I felt I was doing a lot of restorative justice in the prisons, and I was working in anti-human trafficking. I was doing a lot of campaigning around that at the time. And there was like a rumbling in my soul. And I didn't know what the rumbling was. But what I realized after listening to this story, that the penny actually dropped. Every time that I went to the prison, and I spoke to vendors within prison, both the men and the women, in every single story, there was one theme. There was no father in the story. And when I was working and advocating against human trafficking, when I spoke to ex-traffickers and survivors of human trafficking, and you listen to their stories, there was no father in the story. And so when I listened to Lee speaking, he's a 17-year-old guy, and he said he wants to be an activist for children who come out of a divorced family. And my heart broke. I said, no, at 17, you should be having iced coffees, walking on the beach, living Rian's lifestyle, that kind of thing. But certainly not wanting to be an activist to stand up for children or young children at the time, minors at the time. And so I felt compelled to look for a different career, and I realized that mediation would be that career for me, already being a video restorative justice practitioner, and I would just, be able to hold space for parents to have this conversation as they planned and looked after their children. So what I want to encourage you, it's by being in these spaces, do we get ideas? Are we stimulated? Do we gain knowledge? What we take from here, we take it out of this room and we implement it in our small spheres of influence. So that would be our households, that would be our areas of work, the teachers, those working in courts, the attorneys, the workers, everyone. We take what we learn here and we implement it in our areas of influence. That is what is called an agent of change. And so a lot of the work that I do is at my court. I do a lot of mediations in the children's court, the maintenance court, and in the harassment court. A lot of this work is for work. So my heart was stirred sitting in these dialogues, and I felt, how can I be of change somewhere else? Now, many of you will know that I love to tell stories. So I want to share this story because I think it really illustrates what we're trying to do here. We all work with families in one way or another. teachers, they work with families, they work with young children, attorneys, social workers, mediators. We're all working with children in one way or another. And I'm very much for the thought of collaborative law. We all need to work together to see the change that we want, right? So one of the things about having these dialogues is, as a professional, when you sit here, you also learn what your scope is. You also learn where the end of your scope ends and when you need to be referring to another professional, okay? So I see Pat Bird here, welcome. Pat Bird is, she does DNA testing at the court. And so you'll be surprised in mediation how many cases you do around paternity, okay? As a mediator, we cannot determine the paternity. We often say we're going to have a DNA test. Knowing someone like Pat, I can give Pat's details or the organization's details, and the client can be in touch with the organization and do a DNA test, a paternity test, and come back to mediation, okay? So when you see a client in mediation is emotionally overwhelmed, you cannot proceed with the mediation. And we are not psychologists. So we have to pause the mediation and refer to the necessary professional. And this is exactly what the space offers us, is we learn about other professionals, other industries, and we see how best we can work together and refer when we need to. I want to share a story. Very sadly, I lost a very good friend this week, last week Friday. But the story I want to share with you is he had a 14-hour heart operation. And obviously I was speaking to his wife, who's my friend, and I was out chatting to her while he was in surgery. Well, like, what did the doctor say? She said, I've not seen a doctor for the last 11 hours. Eventually she phoned me and she said, the doctor has come to speak to me, and the next couple of minutes or an hour was very critical. Anyway, he made it through surgery, 14 hours, and we were all happy and hopeful that he would recover. But the very next morning, when I met her, she had such a beautiful story, and this is what I want to share with you. She said every morning, actually twice a day, in ICU, when she went to the hospital bed in ICU, she said twice a day, there was almost 20 doctors around his bed. And she said they were literally like over, looking over him, and they all had their little iPads, and there was a screen on top, above somewhere, where they were making notes and they were pointing to the notes. And she was standing there, they made faces with a circle. And she said she was a bit confused why there were 20 doctors. But there was a kidney specialist, and then there were 4 surgeons that worked on the heart. So, one surgeon did the ventricles, and the other surgeon did the arteries, and then there was another surgeon, and then there was someone that was a neurologist. So there were all these people sitting around, working around him, having this discussion, and how do we bring him to his full recovery? And when I heard that story, it's very similar to what we do here. We need each other. We need all of us to work with families. We cannot work in our silos. We cannot think that I would help the family on my own. We're going to need all professionals to create that collective, collaborative justice that we want, collaborative law. And so I invite all of you, please network, please share numbers, please continue coming to the dialogues, because it's in these dialogues we grow and we learn. I know the other reason why my husband said let's open this to the professionals is on a daily basis. He gets private inboxes. How do you do this? How do you manage this? How do you navigate this? He cannot talk to 20 professionals a day if he's got his own work to do. And so we have this space, and we invite all of you. Please continue to come to the dialogues. Please invite your colleagues. Let's learn together. Let's be that change within our society and the justice system. Okay, so that's a bit about what we do. And I think I would also just like to maybe introduce our main, Babute. So my husband and I were in the Eastern Cape, and we went out for dinner one night, and there was a wonderful waiter, and his name was Bakele. And I said to him, what does your name mean? And he said, Bakele means let them grow. And I thought, oh, that's a beautiful name. And he goes, but actually my name is Babute. So my name is Bakele Babute Sibanda. And I was like, interesting, what does all your names mean? And he said, Babute means gather them together, bring them together. And he's like, you know, when mom was pregnant, our family was pretty much divided, like our industries, pretty much divided. And my grandmother named me Babute to bring us together as a family. And as my family came together around my mom's pregnancy, then my grandmother said we'll call him Babute, Bakele, meaning let them grow. So they come together, let them grow together as a unit. And then his surname is Zibanda, and Zibanda means let them flourish. And I said, with your permission, can we adopt your name? Because that's exactly what we do here in these dialogues, is we come together, we gather together, we share knowledge, we grow from this knowledge, we leave the space changed, we go into our areas of influence, we influence those around us, and we allow spaces to flourish. Okay, so that's a little bit of our name. I think it's important to share that because sometimes people be like, you know, what is Babute? So that's the history of our name. Again, a very warm welcome. I hope you enjoy your morning with us. This morning we are going to start with Liesl Premier. Liesl Premier is, like I said, a founding member of the dialogue, the initial dialogue. She's a woman that has been struggling in the court system, and let her share what she needs to share. So without further ado, Liesl, would you like to come up? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me online as well. That first was definitely not taken this morning. Very nice sunny day on the beach. Yes, I am a mother that's been in this legal system for far too long. Today I'm going to tell you more about the good, the bad, and the ugly of the family courts. That's why you have to know your rights. You have to, before we even start getting into the system, get to know your rights, get to know what you can do, get the help, get people around you that can assist you. When we started the dialogue, I remember at the NPA building, we had social workers. So I could have been social workers if I needed to. We had a warrant officer on the group, so if there were any questions regarding land charges at the police station, I could assist, I could ask him for assistance. So I surrounded myself with a group of people that could assist me because I don't have any law background. With the assistance of administrators and the NPA dialogues at that stage, I trained myself to represent myself. But it takes a lot out of you to do these things. That's why I'm here this morning. I want to tell mothers or person going to the court, you are representing your child. It's not about getting to the far, getting back at the parent. If you're going for that reason, it's going to bite you and it's going to suck it's going to be soul destroying if you're doing it for that reason. You must do it for the right reason, you're doing it for the child. If we can go to the next slide. Okay. So when just a bit of background on my situation, I was not married to the father, but my child was born in 2014. And someone said to me, but he's not paying maintenance, so here's a lawyer's number, go to them and go to court and pay maintenance. And I didn't know that I didn't need a lawyer to go to claim maintenance. So In 2016, I got an interim order, and everything was completed on my behalf. I didn't have the exercise that you people and people online can have now. We didn't have presentations. I didn't have presentation, but luckily my path crossed with for the right people in 2021. And we kept on helping each other, assisting each other, paying it forward. So when the father, or if the person is not, if you were in a relationship, you have a child, you're not together with that person anymore, and you are the only breadwinner, or it's only you that's looking after the child. It is up to you to decide whether you want to go and go maintenance. It is your duty because you are the child's mother and you are the voice of the child in that matter. So I was sitting at Babute Court the other day, waiting to submit yet another application, and the mothers that were sitting in the queue were sitting there with their children, and I asked some of them, why are you here? Now we're here to get a form. First meet to the social worker, the social worker said, I asked them, what form are you looking for? No, they're looking for the maintenance form to claim maintenance. I said, but then I told you that you can draw that form off the internet. No, they told us to come down here to the maintenance court. Maintenance office. There were already 10 people sitting in line. You've got to write down your name and they call you as it's your turn. So I said to her, I wrote down on a piece of paper, I said, are you working? Yes. Are you going back to the office now? Yes. Okay, here is the website for the form that says J101.
Doesn't work.
I got it. It's my phone.
Okay.
One back. Okay. So the first, that's something that the court doesn't tell you. No one tells you about the forms that you can find online. There are certain forms that you find online that you can complete, or you can ask the maintenance clerk to assist you. They're not allowed to tell you, go and complete it at home. I also found that if you go with someone, if you go alone, they can be very abrupt with you. If you take someone with you, they are the nicest people on earth because they can't be nasty in front of another person. When you complete the form, don't put down the exact, you know what your expenses are. You know what you are paying for the job every month. Don't try and put down exaggerated expenses because it's going to bite you in the end, because they are going to know you, the respondent and his is going to know you on the extra information that you put down or expenses, and your case can be thrown out and you will have to start all over again. Here at the bottom, if you do decide to take the attorney with you, push the boundaries, put those expenses on your expense list as well. Because if the father had done his duty and paid the maintenance, you didn't have to go to, because the mother must take off, the person that paid maintenance must take off more than one time to actually get the money into a bank account. So it's taking time off, going to sit in a queue. Sometimes your case gets postponed and it can end up in a very long battle. So with your form that you complete, your J101, the J101 is just your information. But now your case is so much stronger if you add an affidavit. It's telling your story in the court. It's no use sitting in front of a maintenance officer telling your story, because they're not tape recorders, they don't remind, they don't represent you. You've got to have something on paper. When you visit these courts and you hand in your documentation, make sure that you've got a copy of your own documents that you've submitted. Make sure that you've got it stamped. And write down the date that you went, who did you speak to, contact telephone number, email addresses, so that you can follow up on a weekly basis on where your case is at. The court is not going to contact you that, sorry, you forgot to put in this information or this attachment. They're not going to tell you when can we see you. You've got to keep on following up. You've got to be on top of your game, top of your case. Like I said, that the court is not going to contact you. Then a statement, you can also, in the inquiry, you can also make a statement in writing in prescribed manner by any person other than a person against whom a maintenance order may be made under the Act. And it's admissible as evidence to the same extent as oral evidence. So when you are scared of talking to the court, you tell your story in an affidavit. Sometimes just before a hearing, the magistrate will take the file and go through it and read your evidence, because an affidavit is signed off by a commissioner of oath. So what you put in an affidavit must be the truth. If you lie, it can get thrown out of court. When you decide to claim maintenance, don't wait till your child is 10, 15 years old, because they're going to ask you, why are you only claiming maintenance now? Is it because you found out that the father is now earning a big salary and you can live off that money for yourself, because that is also what people think maintenance is for. That's why you've got to do an affidavit with your application to say why you are doing this. You can also claim lying in expenses. Now, this is when you go to court and there's no court order. If a child is 5 years old, you can claim for lying in expenses if there's no court order, meaning since the day the child was born until you go to court for a maintenance application, you can claim the expenses if you've kept all the slips. If you don't have expended the expenses of a child since birth. Statistics South Africa has got a website where they give you the information of what it costs to maintain a child, and you can go back on that website to use that amount to claim line in expenses. So those expenses might be added to the maintenance amount that you're claiming for. It all depends, it may. It all depends on the day of the inquiry. If the judge feels it's or the magistrate feel that it has got enough substance and that you've got the right evidence with you. So there it says in section 16 of the Act, the lady you see there at the top is one of the best maintenance officers in the Western Cape of Johnson. She wrote about the lying expenses in the maintenance court, which is the revised of December 2022. And it says there you can use section 16 as support for this claim. So you might get to the maintenance officer who wants to know what lying expenses is. You can make use of this article with your evidence to say, here's the evidence that I can claim lying expenses. Like I said, you're only allowed to claim lying expenses if there is no court order. Keep record of all your expenses. You've got to go to the doctor, you've got to go to the gynecologist. Sometimes child is sick, you must go to the pediatrician if you're lucky to have funds for that. And also if you have medical aid, you can claim those expenses as well. And they also actually don't have statistics that the children's court application, the children's court is part of the magistrate's court. If there's any, why would you go to the children's court? You would go to the children's court if you don't have parenting. You want to put up parenting plan with the other parent. You would then complete Form 2. It's also available online. You would also use the children's court if you want to change the child's surname. If there's neglect, you go to the children's court for that. You can also go to the children's court for maintenance. There's a section where you can claim maintenance on the form. But again, be honest, have enough information. You as a mother must prove that you are you as a person who's applying must prove my stance would be prove that you are the stable person. Put down that you've been working at company XYZ for X amount of years. Here's my payslip. I get increases every year. This is my bonus. Take the child for checkups. Dentist, if you can afford it. You can even go to a clinic to do that. So that they can see that you are a responsible person. It does come. And always make sure that you've got an affidavit. You don't get tired of the word affidavit, but always make sure that you have an affidavit with good documentation. When you do an affidavit and you have proof of what you are saying, mark it as legal premiums. So mark it as LT1 to say, here's a photo of my child's birthday party. Look how happy he is, or what the situation might be. Or your payslip LT2, your birth certificates, or identity documentation with regards to people, family relations. Again, tell your story to report your activity. You need to show the court why you must a specific order be made. The best way to do that, putting the facts on paper. Don't write an email because people don't, they delete email, but they'll just tell they never received. You can also apply for the termination of the father's right. That means that he must continue paying maintenance, but if he's not involved in the child's life, he can sign up his rights. He can apply for him to have his rights signed off. Like I said, like a parenting plan or grant the parents wish to see their child. Also, if you want to nominate a guardian, Form 2 will also apply in children's court. Domestic violence. The Form 6 is also available on the website. You will see here that the Public Protector's report on domestic violence has brought out a new form since the 7th of March. So make sure that you do use the correct form when you go for domestic violence. And please, I'm asking you now. I've had a grandmother contacting me. I don't know if she's maybe listening online or if she's sitting here. She contacted me earlier this week, 2 weeks ago, saying that her daughter is 37 years old. She's got 2 children. One is 3 years old. The other one is 7 years old. The 7-year-old is in grade 1 in a northern suburb school, and the mother and the father, but they do use substance, abuse substance. I don't know what type of substance they use, I told her, please come to the dialogue because she's here in the northern suburbs. I said to her, please come here because you are going to get help. You are going to get to speak to the right people. You will get help. If the mother doesn't come, you as the grandparent can at least come because sometimes the children stay with her. She refused the help. And at this stage, doing my own and running my own cases in court, being a single mother, showing up at my child matches, making sure that I do a good job at my employment, I just felt this is where I have to put my foot down because the mother started sending me, look what she's saying now. She's saying she's going to go back to the abusive partner. You can't get involved in things like that. Don't get sucked up into those situations. I know we want to help, but there are other people that are more equipped mentally, knowledgeable to assist those people. It can be very draining if you don't know your rights. So make sure that you get to read on the Maintenance Act, that you get to read on the Children's Act, the Constitutional Act. And that's by attending these dialogues that you get to get knowledgeable, or the speakers when they present. A return of service, if you apply for a maintenance order, you hand in all the documentation, if everything is in order, the sheriff will come to your house and he will give you your summons. The sheriff doesn't have to have the return of service signed because the sheriff gave it to you, and he will go back to court to say it was delivered to the person. He can put, if you're not available, he can send it to your door. It can even now be given to a security guard at a security company or at an estate where the security guard signs for or acknowledge receipt of it. If you have the police involved, or if you go to the court, they normally give you a date, so 3 or 4 months after you've handed in your application. Tell them that you want the summons, that you will go to the police, or you need someone to go to the police if the person that needs to be summoned is living in your area or in your community. You will approach the police to go and have it served. I promise you, they will give you a date that is not 3 or 4 months in advance, because I've assisted someone, I've done it in the past to get the date, sooner, because no one can wait for 4 months and then it is postponed again. It's about the child. What must you do in the 3 months? Child can't live on excuses and just aid. So when the police go and serve it, there must be a signature from the person that they give it to. Yeah, they can give it if they knock on the door, the father of, or the grandfather opens it, he lies and says, no, Mr. So-and-so, then he can sign off that he has received the summons. Then this return of service, make sure when you go to the police, they hand it back to you. And they also sign it off. Make sure that you make a copy of it. And make sure that you give the original back, take the original back to court the next day. Make sure it's in the file. Make sure you've got a copy of that. Because if that return of service is not in your file about 2 weeks before your court date, and the person that was summoned did not show, they're going to postpone it. If the return of service was done correctly, and the person doesn't show, they can issue a warrant of arrest and arrest the person to bring him to court. And I also had experience of that where the person didn't show up and against the marathon, then got the whole police involved, and then drove up to Krugersdorp to fetch the person and bring him down to Cape Town. And then COVID struck, and then everything just got postponed again. But it can be done. Don't let anyone tell you it can't be done. Don't think you need an attorney to have a form completed. You can ask anybody that attends this dialogue. You can ask the court officials to assist you. There are always ways to do it. You don't need to pay to complete forms. You don't have to be scared of a courtroom. You don't have to be scared of an attorney. You don't have to be scared of their letters and their threats. The only person that can tell you what to do is a court order. When you go to court for the first time, make sure that you take someone with you. That sits with you outside, because that is the most intimidating time. When you sit outside court, waiting for your case to appear, because you've got the other person that was summoned with his attorney or his advocate or a whole council of family members, and they will talk, all of a sudden discuss your case because they've never spoken about it before. Take earphones with, listen to music, or take a friend with. If you have the friend with you, make sure the friend has got a phone or something ready to report if there's any verbal abuse or emotional abuse against you while you're sitting outside. Don't listen, don't answer the other party's attorney. You speak to your court, and your court only for the maintenance. They work for the contract. Not the father or the mother, if you like maintenance, not the other party's attorney. Because they are going to, the other party's attorney is being paid to cover and save the salary of the business someone. So it also says Regulation 3 to the respondent. You will get a whole list of what he must bring to court. Bank statement, salary slip, and it should be submitted on the date of Section 6. Now, Section 6 is after you've now gotten your data appearing court for the first time. It's called a Section 6 when you apply for maintenance, where you and the other parties sit with your documentation. The maintenance officer will say, child X needs expenses of 10,000 Rand. Mr. So-and-so, are you willing to pay? No, I'm not going to pay that amount. Then it will be referred to as Section 10, where the judge will make a decision. And if you feel that that is too intimidating for you, you can ask, or you can, I would suggest, if you need a person, a lawyer, or someone, get a lawyer then at that stage. Section 10. If the father sits or the person sits there with one piece of paper, didn't bring any documentation, because that is what they do. I think it's a tea party. Ask the maintenance officer to instruct the father to go across to the Standard Bank and draw a statement, because there are many banks goes to the courtroom and even ask the HR, then please send me my email. There are ways of doing it. That is why you need to know that you can ask these things. Domestic violence. Not many mothers know about this, but they don't have to sit in the same room as the abuser. I applied for a protection order against the father. It was granted to me because of my reasons that I gave and the evidence that I have. The respondent can also, from his side, apply for a protection order against you, but then you will have to travel to, if he's in Krugersdorp, then you have to travel to Krugersdorp to appear in that court. But if you've got a protection order against him, you can go to your court manager and um, ask for the documentation for audio visual link for the case to appear. You don't have to face the person that's harassing you. I mean, mothers close up, they freeze if they see the other person there with the legal person. It's their duty to frighten you. So approach your court manager, ask him for the documentation, ask him to assist you to apply. You need to do this about a month or two before your case. And you do get pro bono attorneys that will sit there with you. I sat there in Babute Court. I even used my laptop because I couldn't get the laptop going. I sat there.
Oh, DOJ, sorry.
Yeah. That's why I'm going to tell you about the bit about Anna. I sat there so that they couldn't see me. I sat away from the screen. I have so much evidence against this person that when he heard that, I could see the judge that was sitting in court of the magistrate. I could see the court. Luckily I didn't see the other person that was summoned. My pro bono attorney introduced herself, and she said that she's doing pro bono work for me. And then the magistrate can ask the other person, do you have legal representation or do you want legal representation? Because it is your right, unfortunately, sometimes, to have legal representation. And he said, no, he wants legal representation. So the case was postponed again. Then 2 weeks before we had to appear again, he withdrew the case. He withdrew the charges because I think my evidence was so deafening that his counsel told him that if we go ahead with this, you are going to be punished for things that stand in this these affidavits that you weren't even thinking of before you applied for a protection order. And the person on the other side will do anything to not pay maintenance. They will. It gets very ugly. In my case, it was also he also downloaded an app from the Google Play Store. You can Google it, or WhatsApp new tool, and impersonated me talking to him, which she sent to the courts, to Babute Court, saying, how can I go ahead? And if he's watching and listening, I hope he hears what I'm saying now. How can I take this further? The court turned like that against me. No one wanted to assist me. They said they're going to take it further. It was hell for 3 or 4 months until they saw through it all, and I just kept on with the truth. I've got a good relationship with the people that help me at my court. I assist them with information which the maintenance investigating officer just has to verify. I make sure that when I go for a section 10 or a section 6, that I don't go just with 3 pieces of paper. They ask you in the, I don't know if you can see online, they ask you in your directive for information. My information always looks like a telephone directory. The person who's on the other side comes with 2 pieces of documentation and then it's falsified as well. That's what happened in the last case. He was the applicant. So case was thrown out. He didn't come with clean, they call it clean hands. Clean hands meaning the information that you give must be valid. Don't come with a payslip that's fake. Don't come with a bank statement that only shows certain payments. Yeah, that is the ugly part of it. But you've got to fight, you've got to fight this fight for your child. And it's been a very long and draining process. That's why you have to sometimes step away for a month or two, recuperate, because it does get very, emotional. It gets to the core of your soul and your beliefs and your energy. So surround yourself also with the right people. Speak to other mothers. Get support for yourself. Speak to other groups. On Facebook, there are many groups that you can speak to, share your thoughts with. So you can apply for audiovisual link when you have a domestic violence or a criminal case. The criminal law, you can also apply for an intermediary to be appointed to assist you during your court proceedings. In any family law related matter, including maintenance, domestic violence, or any other matter. Now, an intermediary is someone that assists you. I, for instance, can't go and I can sit outside with a person until the court proceeding, but you need an intermediary who will go with you into court to assist you emotionally. If you need more information about this, go to your court, always go to your court manager to ask for these things, because you have to apply quite in advance for a court intermediary. Sometimes they don't have court intermediaries at the court, and they have to get people to come in for those cases. In terms of the criminal law, again, here you can use the audiovisual link to be created for you to testify from anywhere you feel safe and comfortable. I sat at the board for the Bible court while the other person was in court with the magistrate. It also asks your court manager to get in contact with the court manager on the other side, so that they can make sure that the IT and the audio, because that's what they've got to arrange, the IT and the audio visual links are set up in time and is working properly, otherwise the case won't. Like I said, domestic violence summons, the respondent can apply for a counter application in the domestic violence matter. It means that you have to travel to the other party to his jurisdiction. Where the allegations are live, like in my case, you have to oppose the application. It's calling the affidavit is opposing affidavit. And you write down why it is a lie, and you also attach your proof. My proof was so black and white that you couldn't continue with the case. In the terms of the criminal law, you can apply for audiovisual again, like we said. I entered my intention to defend to restore court. I applied for a section 51C, that is where you get your court manager involved, asking them for the correct documentation to be completed, and all of this was created between Bible Court and my attending. I was at Bible Court, ready to post the application when the applicant, the father of my son, decided to withdraw his application. It's just wasting your time, it's wasting your energy, it's to stop it. They will not stop at any length to get you to withdraw your case. How do you request an intermediary? You send a request to the court, someone you to testify. If it is your own application of the court manager and senior magistrate for an intermediary or an audiovisual link to be created. There are also now I saw preparation rooms at court where you go to, and the people will explain to you exactly what is going to happen. There for a section 6 or a section 10 or a section 31 or it's criminal case. If it's a domestic violence matter, they will always explain the process to you. If it's a maintenance query, you can ask for an intermediary to assist you in terms of section 51A of the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act, like we've explained. And no person whose presence is not necessary shall be present at the inquiry. So you can bring your whole family, but they must sit outside of court. Many reasons for that. I feel one of the reasons for the intimidation in court is I can sit in court, record all these sessions. And it's also because of the Copy Act, where information is being presented that is confidential and sensitive. What do you do if a magistrate or court manually say they can't have these resources made available to you? You can request that the magistrate summon the regional head of justice to come and testify why there are no intermediaries or audiovisual links available. And there it says the Judicial Matters Amendment Act of 15 of 2023 explained it clearly. The court requires information relating to an infrastructure related or operating matter that arose at the court, which falls in the responsibility of the Department of Justice Constitutional Development. The court manager of that court must be subpoenaed to give evidence for this purpose. So there are, the act is there. If someone tells you you can't have those resources made available to you, there's also an email address, servicedelivery@justice.gov.za that you can send an email to. And this was an outreach that we did in 2022, where Advocate and Nadia and myself, which explained, I was a bit scared to go there, but there were so many mothers there that didn't know of these things that can be done. It was recorded, and one mother came with the camera very close to my face, and it was intimidating. But this is where the fight must start, where the outreach must go to towards the communities that can't be here, that doesn't have the resources to listen to our conversations and to listen to our presentations. Because we're not definitely not reaching the person in the street that needs to hear all these things. So I'm going to end off by saying, please reach out to your courts, please reach out to other people. There are the experts that you can contact. There will also be contact details made available after the presentations. The presentations will be available and can be sent to you. So, from the good, the bad, and the ugly, please don't give up, don't be scared. Train yourself, make sure that you are healthy enough to start this journey, and never give up.
Thank you, Liesel. Before you leave, Liesel, before you leave, are there any questions or comments for Liesel? Yes, I have one question. Sorry, let's get a roaming mic so that people online can hear you. Give us a second. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to know about the visual limit. Is it also allowed in the children's store?
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know. It goes on.
You've got to give a reason for what you do.
Okay.
Why?
Okay, because I've got a letter now. The father is in Cape Town and the mother is in Johannesburg.
Yes.
And they want to,
For that reason, you can also do it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just one last thing. If you want to go to the children's court and you have communication that the father didn't communicate with the child, I've got a book here with all the dates of when SMS is sent and the gaps and everything. So make sure you have proof of that because not everybody writes the details of that either. So make sure you've got proof of everything you say and want to achieve.
Thank you.
There are more questions because we will have to be at the cricket tournament with the son that she ran in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liesel. Liesel.
Are there any other questions? Just to elaborate on Agatha's question, Section 51, C of the Amendment Act, clear, any other than criminal matters. So no matter what type of matter is domestic violence, children's court matter, or any other court, maintenance court, wherever you want it, you need to do it beforehand. You can't come and do it on the morning and think that the court will be able to do it. Do it at least 7 days to 14 days or 21 days in advance. The more in advance, the better it is. Follow up, because court manager, when he sees something that they've never done before, they don't respond at all, wait till that day, then the case will be remanded. So make sure that you do it way before the time. Section 51C and 51A. 51C is audiovisual links, 51A is intermediary. So if you ever want any of those things to happen, do it before the time. On the form, there is an application how you do the application. So make sure you get that application on Liesel's presentation. There is one the way that you can draft it, and then the board need to answer. If they tell you that they don't have any resources, Section 15 of the Amendment Act is clear. The Judicial Service Amendment Act says the court manager must be summoned and must come and explain why they don't have intermediaries, why they don't have resources. Okay. If there's any other questions, I'm over there at the back. You can come and ask me any of those questions. Our next presenter will be on.
Thank you, Liesel. She's just stepped out the room. But what I do want to say is, I remember meeting Liesel in 2021, and she was one of the 10 moms that were sitting in the room. That day, Liesel sat there like many moms, and they literally cried their eyes out for 6 hours. It was also one of the days that my husband is not very good at showing emotions. But it was one of the days, and I know Leon very well, when he goes 50 times to different silence, I kept looking over my shoulder, and sorry, love, but I do have to share. I kept looking over my shoulder, and I saw tears in his eyes, and he just, but he wouldn't show us having moments. And it's okay to have a moment. The reason I say that is, I think as professionals, when you sit on the opposite side as a professional, you're sitting with clients, sometimes we are desensitized from what clients are going through. So we like to ask parents, parties who are in the system to share their stories. Because it's from sharing and hearing their stories are we sensitized to what people are going through. I know that a lot of the judiciary, because of no capacity, once again, they are desensitized from what the parties, the clients sitting across them, are experiencing. So can we just be grateful as we hear clients and parents sharing their story? Let's learn from this. Let's be informed on what our clients are experiencing. Okay. I'm very proud of Liesel. We watched Liesel grow up for the last 4 years. She's become so courageous in sharing her story, no tears today, which is amazing. And, over and above that, she talks about paying it forward. And I think that's really, really important for us, is that once we win our victories, and sometimes we don't even win the victories, but rather let's stand in the gap and begin to create the change by paying it forward. And so I know that Liesel, she hasn't shared, but like there have been some cases that she's been victorious in the court system, and that came from the space. And she's still battling it out in court as we've heard. But you know what? She's paying it forward by volunteering here. Often she's here on the ground in the children's room, serving tea and coffee, and just volunteering. The reality is that some of us, and she's a single mom, you know, I have great respect for that. There is a picture we have today's rugby, but often when Liesel's on the cricket field with her son, and he's an average cricket player, when Liesel's on the cricket field with her son, often they give a shot to the dads. So all the dads will get onto the field, and Liesel's like, I'm not being left out. So she goes and she stands on the cricket field and she hits, I don't know what she hits. And that's what present parenting is all about. I know our next guest speaker, Jenny Sharpley, is going to speak into that. But just like Liesel, she came here. She came to the first dialogue and she empowered herself. I also want to share that it is from these dialogues that we can proudly say that these dialogues have hosted or held space for two major decided cases that happened in the Western Cape High Court. It was through the space that, you know, one of the connections happened with, it's a case RS versus JPS that was decided last year. Yeah, last year. And this happened in the Western Cape High Court. It is a groundbreaking case, but you know the power of networking happened in a dialogue. So what had happened was, I think in 2022, many of you know Annika Laurie. Annika invited me to speak on social justice, to share my presentation with them. And it was on that platform, it was online, and on that platform, Patrick Handemarker, he was the executive, the CEO of Legal Aid at the time. And he was sitting online, listening to the presentation, and it was based on, I was unpacking Z versus Z, in 2022, 23 at the time. And one of the comments came from, you know, the audience, and they said, but how did this mom succeed in getting legal representation if we know, just by the sound of it, we know that she wouldn't qualify for legal aid? And he said, if we can see that this will be a groundbreaking case that could potentially change the course of law, we will provide legal assistance. You just need to contact me and put forward a recommendation, and we'll see how best we can help, you know, the party. And so 2 years later, last year, there was the RS versus JPS in Cape Town, and this woman would never have qualified for legal aid because, you know, she was above the, you know, the brackets. And because of the connection 2 years ago in a dialogue, you know, Dion emailed Patrick Handemarker and said, look, can you provide legal representation? And that case has now become, decided case changed, you know, maintenance with adopted children or foster children. Okay. So again, it's so important that we network. You know, it's really encouraging to know that 2 cases in the High Court have been a result of this, you know, this space. So now we're going to move on to our next guest speaker, Jenny Sharpley. And you're probably thinking, some of us are lawyers, some of us are mediators. Why are we learning about early childhood development? It is really important that when we work with children, and it might not be directly, it's indirectly. So as a mediator, I'm working with parents who have young children. It is important that we understand the developmental stages of a child. We know that mediation provides a platform. Mediation is an educational space, right? So when the parents are in the room with you, sometimes we need to educate the parents on where their child is in their developmental stage. And the only way we can learn this, if you're not a social worker or a psychologist, is really to listen to talks like we'll hear from Jenny Sharpley and Bernard Altman arenas in the back. And also we will also know when in practice and in a mediation, when to actually refer the case to the relevant professionals. Okay. Just a quick, yeah. And so we've asked Jenny Sharpley. I've known Jenny Sharpley for maybe 16 years. I met her at university. We were studying partial counseling, and I must say that Jenny Sharpley came to the class with a bag, and she grabbed everyone's attention. And since that day, we become really good friends. She has been the principal of the Beehive Montessori School here in Durbanville. But you know, every time I sit, or myself and Dion sit with Jenny Sharpley and Jared Mohammed, her partner, my partner, every time we sit with them, we walk away with a textbook or a chapter to our textbook. We've learned from both of them. I can honestly say that I think I'm a good privilege with Jenny Sharpley. I have learned how to stand underneath a bit on the table, and I really adopted and learned how to be a present parent for our daughter. But also, more importantly, every time Jenny Sharpley speaks, I am reminded that it's really important we understand child development when working with parents. And so, Jenny Sharpley, would you please come up front and share? Thank you very much.
I'm going to play the video.
Everybody. Thank you so much, Nancy, for the introduction, and thank you for the space. And I'm delighted to be here this morning to share about the topic which really is close to my heart for a very, very long time. Originally from KwaZulu-Natal, Nkhuluma isiZulu, and isiXhosa, and many Afrikaans, but very pleased to have the background of a rural girl, grew up in a village called Malmo, and it's right in the north, close to Uganda, where Jennifer comes from, and very much a privileged family. We were working, my parents worked for the Chenong family, which were English, and across the river were all the hunter-gatherer people. Because I grew up in the 1960s with a very, very rustic, real, natural upbringing where people foraged, gained food from nature, and that has changed over the years. What brought me to early childhood development was what I saw children, the more privileged children that went to nursery school, had this foundation that other children were lacking. And being in KwaZulu-Natal and wondering, where do we get this knowledge of how to raise our children differently? The only training college that we was in Cape Town. And being a rural girl, having to trek all the way from there to Cape Town seemed a tremendous task for my parents as well. Never having gone on an aeroplane, never had tertiary education, and here I was saying, I see the difference in the way children are. And having gone to boarding school from grade 1 to Utrecht, because there were no schools available to us, we had to go to school, which was 40 minutes away, and you had to stay at school. Stood me in good stead for the leave to come and study under the Department of Public Affairs at training center in Cape Town for nursery school teachers. And that proceeded to many years later looking at Montessori through the London Montessori College, which was based in London, and at the time they had a corresponding course, which I did in Montessori. My ECD training or foundation
in mainstream was with the city of Johannesburg before I moved on to Montessori. So without further ado, I think a very beautiful video clip that we can look at is about Edison's Day. Here we see parents, they are Montessori trained, I must say. How they set the stage for their little Edison. And so I'd like you all to have a look at this video before I proceed. Thank you.
No. 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 Then.
So that Edison has access to all the things he needs. He knows how to set the table, clear the table, take care of the cat, water the plants, and he knows how to get dressed. At home, we hope that he feels confident and independent and caring for himself and for our home. As his parents, we offer him help or encouragement if he needs it. We're also there to show him how to do it, which sometimes means doing it for him. And the amount of support he needs can vary from day to day.
Wait. No. Dad. Where are your cheeks? Your cheeks. Hair. Where's your hair? Your daddy has hair too. You okay with it? Love you. Pick out a pair of shorts. We work to be as consistent as possible with our daily routines. This lets us know what to expect and he can prepare himself for the transition. Consistency in our home environment also allows us to know where he can. He's developed a strong trust in our home, and that helps him to trust the world beyond. I think this was most clear when he started school. He didn't seem to have any separation. Can I help you with that? Okay. We heard that too. Okay. Up, up, up. Go down. Close. You close. Can you turn around and go down? Okay, fold them down a little bit. Look good. Turn in first. Okay. Do you want to wear a hat to school today? Having Addison in the toddler community is wonderful. School supports the expectations we have at home, and it offers so many opportunities for socializing and experiencing life in a wider community. I'll see you at the end of the day. Yeah, that's Sarah's coming. That's when you're coming. That's. Can you open that one, take it from the. Can you close this one? Is your backpack in there? No. That was coming? Please. Can you put your backpack on? Your backpack? And get your lunchbox.
Having the opportunity at school to experience positive relationships has helped us in social life outside of school. When a friend comes over and shares with them, has conversations with them, and they really just enjoy each other's company.
Edison loves to be out and experiencing nature and people. I notice when I'm out, he seems to be taking everything in: the beach, the water, sounds of the birds, even the conversations around us. This is a great time to introduce him to all in the community.
It's important to include Edison in our family life. We don't live around him, we include him. And we do this so he can know that he has a significant place in the family. And so he feels valued as a member of our family. Often this means that, for example, making dinner might take longer. It might be a bit messier. And it might even taste different. But it's worth it to us. So let me know that Edison's developing a strong positive self-image.
The goldfish, a teacher looking at us. That's what we see. Taking time and letting Edison explore his own pace has really allowed him to connect and have compassion for nature. He's so naturally curious about the world. He watches so closely and seems to have a deep connection with living things. We've shown him how to interact with different creatures and how to return them when we're finished exploring. We give him the guidance, but then step back and trust that he'll be gentle and respect life.
Anybody stir?
Mama, Mama, Mama.
Your turn.
I've got another one.
What do you want next? Some bubbles here on the counter too. Right. Did you finish washing this board? We bring some bubbles off this board. First in the water. Yeah. All the blueberries off this actual. You know, very exciting. You know,
Thank you so much for watching. This is one of my favorite references that I make. And this video was done all in the space of one day. It just shows the engagement that one can have in being fully present with your child and all the things that you can do with
in a day and illustrating how present the parents are. And I know in this modern world, there's just so many things happening and so many changes, and the pace is so fast that being intentional about our parenting style is so important. And this is why I thought it would be great to give us a little glimpse into another way of parenting and doing it in a very respectful and giving the child full credibility, you being credible in the child's life. You can see how he implicitly trusts his parents, and by you being fully present in those formative years of the child, you gain that trust, that credibility for a lifetime. As your child grows older into the different stages, you will find that you have locked in their trust, and they will always come back to you as a parent for their counsel, for their comfort. And as they grow older and they are more independent, they're just using you as a counsel rather than you doing things for them. But they know that you have their best interests at heart, and it starts at this stage. I'm not too sure how this works. Forward, back.
Forward, I think. Christopher? Oh, there we go.
Okay. So here I'm talking about the connections that we form from birth, and it goes through your child's entire life. It's a lifelong relationship. Therefore, as teachers, we try to give the best to our parents in the knowledge that we have, but always creating that understanding that this is a lifelong relationship that you have with your child. I can influence, but it's for you to take that banner and to run with it and to continue follow what guidance we have given to you. And what captured me in Montessori is that it's a holistic approach. It looks at all aspects of child development, the spiritual, the physical, the emotional, and the psychological and spiritual development of the child. So that makes it a very good, rounded way of unfolding in the world. And as we've seen in Edison's home, they haven't replicated the Montessori classroom. They've just created that environment within the home. And I can give you a little window into how you can do it within your own household. There's no need for us to become Montessori teachers. We can just instinctively, I think we also have it. I think many of you have been watching the Day of Edison and realized what your moms and dads put in place for you as you were growing up. Inherently, they just knew what children needed. And what we need essentially for effective parenting is a home with warmth, love, kindness, and respect. Respect for the child and respect for us as well as the adults. And what we find, okay, let's look at Montessori because we're talking about it. Who was this person? She was an Italian lady over 100 years ago, and she was the first medical doctor in Rome. 100 years is not that long ago, given the fact that I'm 65. It's not long at all. And she was the first female to become a doctor. And then she did her clinical time, I think within clinics in 4 areas, and she realized that there was something that the children were lacking. They were just running wild in the streets and being all crazy. And so she prepared an environment for little people with a lot of care. And she had practical life within that environment, and within the care of the school, she allocated that to children. Children would prepare meals at the school, and then she noted a difference
in the children coming into the school and having the set-up environment and involving the children in all the activities that they were doing, that they became much calmer and they were applying a lot of grace and courtesy because she was teaching them basic etiquette and how to be amongst each other. And she saw that this was really guiding them in a beautiful way, rather than them just being on the streets and neglected and uncared for. And through her observations, she started to develop a curriculum. So within that, she looked at different aspects of learning. So she developed materials for mathematics, for language, science, for culture, practical life, sensorial, and all those areas you will find within a Montessori classroom. What was very important, she noticed, was that children needed all the furniture and the utensils that they were at hand to them had to be child-sized in order for them to be successful. So that was brought into the environment. And then the tables and chairs that children could move around freely themselves, instead of having adults to be assisting them at all times. There we go. Here we've got the child-sized tables and chairs. And then she looked closely at sensitive periods because she was a scientist. So she was looking at a year what a baby would need. So babies are looking at, your baby has random movements and it's quite uncoordinated, so they become more coordinated and controlled, and they learn to grasp, touch, turn, balance, crawl, all within 1 year. And that's a lot of learning for people. And then by the age of 6, they practice all their language. They can, from when they're born, cooing and making sounds till the age of 6, where they are really speaking well and have phrases, sentences, and understanding. And then what she noted was that children liked a sense of order. I'm sure you've noted when the boots are lying around, or the t-shirts, or the knives and forks, or the games that they're playing with. Little children will always put things together. They like to group things together. They like order. And she realized that within that setting, you always have things placed at the same place. Everything has a place, and everything has a name, and everything is in an orderly, beautiful fashion. And she also realized that children love handling small objects and tiny details, and as their eye-hand coordination improves. You go for a walk with a 2-year-old, you'll be stopping along the way to look at a little stone. You'll be stopping to look at different grass. If there's an ant, won't be time. You have to sit there and watch that little ant walking, because that's where their curiosity lies. They're closer to the ground, so they see more, and they want to manipulate and have that tactile experience. So then from toilet training, 18 months to 3 years, that's when their nervous system is better developed and more integrated, and the child gains more control of their bowel and bladder. So that is actually a brain function. Often parents just rush that process, and it can be very, very traumatic. The child will let us know when they are ready for each developmental stage. Music, very important for little people. As you saw with Edison, he has his drums, he has his tambourine. We can make things as well. Make shakers within the home. We can listen to different types of music, classical music, umbakami music, absolutely hip-hop, anything, and give the child a correct understanding of the genre. It takes a lot of being intentional. That's what we're talking about this morning. That we need to plan and be ahead of our child, ahead of our children, so that we are there to meet their internal needs. Often we're floundering around and we are not anchoring our children. We saw with Edison, everything was planned. Even what was beautiful about it, the even showed us the dinner, how he's involved with that. From the time he woke up, getting dressed, getting ready for school, having a friend play over, right through the day, the child was involved. What was that taking? A lot of intention from his parents, how they wanted things to be for him, what they have learned, what they glean as to helping him to become a well-rounded little person. There we go. Beautifully put together environment. Not a lot of toys, no clutter. The child knows exactly where to fetch the toy, the book, the musical instrument, whatever they need to be playing with. Giving the child a sense of independence and responsibility. We don't just leave all the toys and take out 3 or 4 and put them on the floor and walk away. When we finish, we put them back, so there's beauty and order. And then this is the big one as well. An infant bed, toddler bed. That is a futon on the floor or a very low bed, so that your little person has access to be in and out of their environment as they wish. We don't want them to have to be calling us and interrupting our sleep. If they wake up early, they can go and play, and these toys are accessible. It's not in a toy box. A toy box can be rumble jumbo that you, even as a parent, don't know what's happening in there. How do you expect the child to play successfully in this? In Afrikaans, say, yeah, so let's have an orderly child. It doesn't have to be expensive. We can improvise in many ways to people. And now, this is beautiful. Activities for each room. Isn't that amazing? In the sitting room, you can keep books and toys neatly cut up and attractively organized. Child-sized furniture, a basket or a rug. Define the workspace. And beautiful toys made out of wood. Wood is nice and warm. It is durable. It can become a family heirloom. Absolutely amazing to put your child's favorite. Why use a rug or a mat that demarcates whatever the child is playing with, so that you don't have puzzle pieces all over the room? We put them on that mat. Very much a Montessori principle. In the kitchen, oh, look at that. How beautifully put together the lower shelves of the refrigerator. What is it taking? Intentional parenting. We are planning the night before. What are we going to be feeding on? And putting everything within reach. The bottom shelf, the fridge where the drinks are, where the little person can go and pour their own water, their own milk, whatever they need. The bathroom, we saw Edison had a sturdy step which he could reach onto the toilet and reach the kitchen sink and reach the bathroom. Beautifully. A low bench where your child can change, and coat hangers for where they can put their clothes undressed. There we go, the low bed again. Can go safely in and out of bed. Doorknobs to be low enough. I remember when we had our little ones, we change all the doorknobs in the house, make them low enough for them to be able to access different spaces. You can use a duvet or sleeping bag. When the child gets out of bed, they can make their own bed, taking responsibility for themselves and not looking to the adults to doing it for them. They want to do it, but we in a hurry, we're rushing. They don't do it perfectly. It's not good enough. And that's the messaging our children get. And there we go with the favorite music. Another one that I raised my children many years back. Now, all this information that's coming at us, do we expose our children to technology or not? Technology is so bad. We have to really dig deep as parents and find what is going to be beneficial, because there's a wealth of knowledge within technology. What I've done at our school, on a Friday, I'll send out a link to the parents, and I'll say, good old-fashioned stories ground us in good language and literature. One that comes to mind is Beatrix Potter's Little Peter Rabbit. And I say to the parents, it's on YouTube. I give them the link, and then I say, let your child listen without the visual, only the audio. Let them read the story to your child without seeing the picture. Because in today's world, with the blue light and all the images, our children are not ingesting the essence of what's being said, the essence of language. So our parents at our school have been doing that, and the children have rebelled, but they've said, these are little people. How old are we? How old are they? Are we really not going to be intimidated by a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old? No, we're listening to the story without the picture, period. The parents are far too wanting to be liked by the children. It doesn't stand you in good stead, unfortunately. And then observe your child. Look at the selection of toys that they're drawn to. The child's never going to go and play with the shakers. You're going to remove the shakers after a week and put something else on the shelf. And stay in the moment and not detaching yourself from the child. Often you find now people are on their phones all the time. The child's hitting the poor leg. Mommy's not hearing. She's not present. So if you're needing to do something, let the child know. Mommy needs to return a call to Granny, so I'm not going to be able to attend to you. Then the child knows. When I'm finished talking to Granny, I will help you. So those are the few things that we look at. Meal times. Look at what the child most enjoys. Even if you're giving the same thing every day. We don't have to have a variety of an extensive menu for the children. I remember eating the same breakfast of what was in season. For a whole season, we would have the same things. For a whole lunch, you would stand at the fruit tree and eat 5, 6 mangoes, and your tummy's full, and you say, I've had enough to eat. But that's what your body needed. And of course, I was in the rurals, and those things were just permitted because we just lived very close to nature. So we were allowed to have a bowl of fruit for lunch, and that was okay. So my mom was obviously looking at what we enjoyed most. And then does the child drink without spilling? The utensils, great for eye-hand coordination. Do not interfere as a parent if they're making a big spill. Ask them to help you thereafter. And learn to know more about your child without jumping in to help all the time. And that seems to be very difficult for people now. They just want to rescue the children, and the children don't have the language to say all this. I think that they're not heard enough, recognized enough, that the parents can feel that they are interfering. This is one that was very, very profound when I did my training when I was a little 19-year-old, looking at the different parenting styles. And this stood out for me a lot. So we have the very authoritarian parent that is very strict. People think, oh, that family, those children are so well behaved. That the poor children are just put into such straight jackets at a very young age. and they have high demands and strict control. Very little flexibility. Children must be seen and not heard. You can't allow them to just do as they please. And the parents are, do as I say. There's lots of rules within that house. And the poor children are raised with unquestioning the obedience that they have to have. And punishment is very much enforced, and a lot of authority, lack of warmth and support, and punishment is used to address misbehavior, and children have minimal say in the family. So that's the one type of parenting that you can have. The next type is the permissive parent, where the parents are very nurturing and very responsive. We have a lot of that these days. And they have few expectations and demands. Oh, no, let them just, no. We have to follow the child's feelings all the time. How's he feeling? What about us as the adults guiding the child? We just going on what they're feeling. Feelings come and go, come and go. And they avoid confrontation and they're very lenient. Anything goes. Child can pull the cat, the cat's tail, there's no consequences, there's no even talking about how they felt. Next minute, the child clapping the child at another child at school, because that behavior wasn't remedied or spoken about. And then we can, parents that are very friendly with their children, they are the child's friend. No, we're not their friends, we're actually their parents. We can be friendly, of course we're friendly, of course we love our children, but we cannot be their pal. We need to have our own adult friends. And they give in to all requests. Oh, after school we're going to, and bribe the children like crazy. After school we're going to go for an ice cream. If you do this, put on your shoes and put your bag behind your back. I'm going to take you for a burger. And the children are raised in this highly negotiated parenting style. And there's no accountability, and they focus on children's feelings, little or no attempt to even discipline children. Children crave discipline. When you do not give them the yardstick or how this environment functions, they get out of control. And then we want to say they're undisciplined. No, they don't know what is expected of them. And we are the custodians of these children. So best we make sure that we're giving them the parameters in which they can function. And little guidance in decision making. Like if your child is given, innocent was being given the opportunity at young age to choose what he wanted to wear for the day. He was given the opportunity to decide what game he wants to play. He could choose. He was given the opportunity, he knew what was expected of him. Early morning, he needs to go and fetch the newspaper from outside, and he needs to attend to the cat. And that was a non-negotiable in his household. And that gave him a good sense of security and a good sense of belonging within the family unit and being useful and helpful. Then we get the democratic parent. And that is the parents that looking at, sorry about that, a balance of parental guidance and autonomy for the child taking responsibility and given the necessary independence. And there's clarity of expectations that I've just mentioned, respect for the child, giving the child choices. The child is involved in decision making. Are we going to go to the beach, or are we going to go and visit Granny for the afternoon? The child takes on responsibility for their actions, recognizing their emotions and perspectives as they grow older. We need to be tuning into where they're at, with themselves and with their friends. With our lifelong knowledge, we give them a different understanding. However, listening to their perspective. and how to make choices and to learn from your mistakes, and promoting compliance and understanding. Within our household, at the age of 16, you are not allowed to go to the nightclub. In somebody else's household, they are allowed. But your child has the planning and the compliance, and you've established that strong relationship with them, that they understand how your household works, and they're not going to rebel, they will comply. This is how we function, and that's what we want for our families. And therefore, you develop healthy negotiations, and the children develop very healthy coping mechanisms with the disappointment that they can't go to the club. We as their friends can, because this is what our family stands for, and this is our family values. And therefore you have good coping mechanisms where your child can bounce back from the disappointment. And then, in essence, what we're wanting to do is to nurture a supportive environment where our children can thrive in any developmental stage, and to develop well-rounded individuals, and learning from taking responsibility, making responsible choices, respecting their own autonomy and independence. So ultimately, that is what we would want for our children. I hope that you gain some insight as to how we function in Montessori school. If you want further information, always come and visit us. Here we are next to the document, because we have a QR code. You can scan our QR code and learn more about us. And in being very intentional in raising our children, we are just going to improve our families, into our communities, and into our societies, and into the world at large. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Does anyone have a comment? Jen, do you want to stay there? Does anyone have a comment or a question for Jenny? Yes, Hetty.
Thanks a million. It was very nice. My concern is that I used to work in the squat camps and so on, the street children, where there's no tables at home or no. Oh, sorry. That's not what. I worked in the squatter camps and with street children a few years ago. And my concern is that children do not have tables at home or chairs or a place to put, leave a book or a suitcase. There's nothing of it. And this is urgent for preschool children. But what happens with the children when they go to school, primary school, and then it all falls apart? And that is one of the things that I want to address with the education minister, whoever, because that is something about. But anyway, that's just my brainwave for many years already.
Thank you so much.
But Ms. Brogan, thanks a lot.
It's only a pleasure. I think within the looking at the culture that the child comes from. So not every culture has tables and chairs. As I said, I come from a real rural with lots of makayas around me. They would have still a cultural social order within the family where we would sit in a circle to have our porridge, and often we would eat out of the same bowl. Children would eat out of the same bowl, and what would the grace and courtesy be there? Your hands need to be washed before you come and sit. You need to fetch your mat, because you would sit on a mat to eat your food. Nobody would be pangering. What's pangering? Eating more than what they're supposed to, because you're eating from the same bowl. You mustn't be taking a lot. You will be checked. Social order will say, no, we all have to have the same number of schools at the same time. When it comes to the primary school child, I think we would have the infrastructure that we have within the working middle class is amazing. But when we look at the indigent communities, then we have to look at how children would have to use a box, a wooden box, a suitcase. We'd have to find different things, and we would have to find out what those families would actually want to be aspiring to, and then work from there. That would be our point of departure. I think that's
Wonderful. Yes, Fadila.
You know, at the organization where I'm in, we have a parenting project. And one of the issues where I work in an impoverished community. So one of the issues that we find is the intergenerational disparity. You may have a young parent coming to the parenting project and learn certain skills of parenting. Then when they're in the home, the young person is subjected to the mother or the grandmother, and the grandmother or mother may have other ways of parenting. And so there's always this contestation to who does the child listen in a case like that, because in those cases the grandmother or the mother had a different upbringing or different methodology of parenting. And so very difficult then for the young parent to come up with new parenting skills that they've learned in the program.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think intergenerational relationships are very, very beneficial because it brings about the carrying on of the legacy within the family. However, that very important point that I made was the credibility within the relationship. Because if the grandmother is really trusting what the daughter's saying, they've got this symbiotic relationship, which is ideal, where they will listen to each other. It's about active listening, I think. Where the next course or the next training program could be about the intergenerational listening skills, dialogue, how things are changing, to empower the older generation. I often find that that is a problem in different areas.
I think just building on what Babute mentioned was we get a similar situation, which is quite prevalent nowadays, where you have a child living with one parent, where you have the child living with one parent and doing sleepovers or stay-overs are quite common now. So you have the dad who has a different parent. Let's say, for example, the dad is more authoritarian and the mom is basically finding the balance between softening the blow from the authoritarian stuff. I think in that situation, which is what we're finding more common, is you also have to rely on the child personality to see what type of parent you need to be. So for a highly sensitive child, being a permissive parent sometimes is not so bad. Especially when you're living in that situation where one parent is out of home. When you've got both parents in the home, a mom or a dad can always check each other to say, oh, maybe it wasn't the right way, let's do it. We can chat about it. And when the other parent is not physically present with the child, is being disciplined or guided in a certain way, and it's in conflict with the child's personality as well, you've got to find that the other parent has to balance out that effect. And that's probably something we could do, I think, in our children's sport situations as well, where the reality of the parenting style is normally only seen in front of a judge or a magistrate or a counsel, because the mother's family is not seeing the dad's parenting style, the mom's. And so the child and the magistrate at most is the only common factor in both the parenting styles. So I think there's some work to do on, like Babute mentioned, coaching parents
and grandparents. Plus, but we have parents coming from totally different backgrounds. Mom and dad have been raised very different. Getting married in her family, the parenting style will be completely different. As a couple, you can find common ground. However, at the end of the day, the child begins to know that with dad, I relate this way, and with mom, I relate this way. So as long as the parents are open to learning, to enriching their child, to create this well-rounded person, and are flexible enough, the child picks up their parenting style, and they will know that this applies with mom and doesn't apply with dad. And that's the way it is. But all the while, we are learning and growing.
We've got an online question.
Yes, there's an online question. It says here, any idea what the outcome of intentional parenting would look like at teenage stage? I'm a parent of a toddler and dreading the teenage stage.
That's an interesting one. I think when you are very, very intentional as a parent and you're gaining that credibility with your child, you will not be alarmed at the teenage stage because the child will be trusting your judgment and be compliant. And then that's when you go into the teenage phase, that's when we need to monitor who our children are surrounding themselves with, because that becomes a very great influence, and to have that open communication with the child, they can hear your voice of concern if there needs to be.
Thank you. Yes.
Do you think that Montessori is for everybody?
Yes, I believe Montessori is for every child, but maybe not for every parent. Jessica was actually my class. I would
Thank you, Jenny. Just to answer Jessica's question, is it for every parent? No. We have this year friends that children go to Montessori school. And so they're all about little people, talking to little people. I'm like, no, I don't do little people bending. I do jungle talk. So, for example, last week I was in Albert and we were doing a conservation walk, and we were with this beautiful family, and they were all at, I imagine, like a Waldorf Montessori school, and they were very inquisitive, these little children. They were looking at the flowers and asking questions, and the one boy, to get our attention, threw a bottle like this over his head, and of course his mom is a Montessori mom. She's very grateful, but I just gave him a jungle. So he straightened up the kid. But what was very funny about that little boy was, at some point he said, I've got a question, and everyone looked at him waiting for a question. And he says, well, the question I want to ask is, when are we turning back? He was like, but thank you, Jenny, for giving us understanding on little people. It was very informative. Although I'm a jungle parent, I do jungle talk, I can say that Jenny Shoppy was a mentor to me as I was growing my journey. We had big Jenny and small Jenny. And as I was growing my journey, I took a lot of parenting tips from Jenny. And yeah, thanks, Jenny. Tomorrow's Mother's Day, and I really just want to honor you, honor all the moms in the room, the moms online. I think moms do an amazing job. We are very little people that one day will become the next generation in sitting in spaces where we work and can influence people. So thank you so much for that. Having Jessica here, and she was in your class, having me, years mentoring me, you've grown bigger, shaping the next generation. So thank you for that. As I was watching Edison's day, a few things stood out for me. And I think the first thing is consistency, and children like to know what to expect. Now, this is really important, even for mediators. When we're sitting with parents, it's really important that we keep reiterating to the parents that the children need some sense of consistency and stability. Because often what happens is parents come into a mediation process with their own will and their own ego. And often what happens is the parents sit there in the room and the parents say, that doesn't fit in my schedule. Now, as mediators and attorneys, we always have to draft a parenting plan that takes the best interest of the child into account. And what does that mean? That means understanding the child and what the child is actually needing. And so I love Edison's dad when he said, we do not live around, Edison does not live around us. So our children do not live around our schedule. We as parents, and we encourage parents to literally shape their schedule around their children. Okay. I think that's really, really important. And I love when Jenny was sharing about notice what toys your children like to play with. Now, this is very practical for mediators. I remember sitting with some parents, parents of a young boy, he must have been about 10 or 11 at the time. And this young boy didn't really know his dad. He knew his dad, but he didn't spent a lot of time with his dad. So we were doing phase-in contact with dad. And the way we do phase-in contact is often in a neutral space. And as we were trying to explore what would be a good space, a neutral place for the child to come in with the other parent, the mom suggested, why don't you meet him on the rugby field or go watch rugby with him? And dad said, oh, no. I'm going to take him to a soccer game. I love him. So it was about dad and what dad wants. And dad forgot to see, or was omitted to see, that actually what is in this child's best interest is his favorite sport, which is rugby. And so through a process of conversation, and that's the beauty of dialogue, is dialoguing around what would make this child happy and feel comfortable in his own familiar environment. And through that process, dad got to understand that actually, if I understood my child and I was in his environment, we would actually have stuff to talk about when we at the school. So we could talk about who the team is, who won the game, who didn't win the game, and he can actually educate dad on the game rugby. So this is why it's absolutely important that again it's good to hear the experts speak and begin to implement what we learn in these spaces in our spaces of work. Next, we will be listening to Arena Smith. We're going to go for tea break now, but we will listen to Arena Smith. And Arena Smith is a social worker, but she's also a therapist. Now, Jenny Sharkey was talking about, do we make the decisions or do the children make the decisions? We as the adults will always make the decisions for our children, okay? However, it is vitally important to get some kind of understanding as to where the children are at and what the children are actually needing. So this is what Arena is going to speak about, or speak into, voice of the child. It's really important as a mediator and as an attorney, when parents are high conflict, it's really important to get a voice of the child assessment. I know that I often send a lot of my clients Arena's way, to get a voice of the child assessment before we actually proceed with the actual mediation. This gives us some background and understanding of where the child is at and what the child is actually needing. And I actually want to say that it's advisable to advise your clients to have a voice of the child assessment, especially if they're under the age of 12. Send them for a voice of the child assessment every 2 years, just so that we can get background information as to where the child is. Is the child adapting with the divorce? Is the child settling in? Is the child stable? Is the child regressing? What are the issues? And if the child is regressing, then obviously the child needs to continue to work with a play therapist like every other staff. Okay, so we're going to take a break now, and when we come back from our break, we will listen to Rena. Thank you.
and sort it out.
Which one? Rainbow.
How could I have lost connection?
I don't know. It just said something went wrong.
Okay, welcome back everyone. This is working. Is it working, guys? Is it working? Cool. Fantastic. Okay. Welcome back everyone. I hope you had something warm to drink and fed your little babies. And now we're ready to sort of do the last leg of today. The up next we have Arena Smith coming up. She's going to be talking to us about. What are you going to talk to us about? I think your presentation changed. Or Arena is a play therapist. She's a social worker. She is fantastic in the work that she does, and she's got extensive experience doing a lot of diversion cases with children who have been in conflict with the law, and so that's very much what she does. But like I said, I referred a number of cases to Arena when I come to an impasse and high conflict parenting. I then refer the parents to Arena so that they can do a voice of the child assessment. And once that's done, I've got a report. I then proceed with the parenting plan. Arena, without further ado, please do come up forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I think the topic about me presenting, I'm also sort of like, because the last time I spoke about international guidelines with regards to stay-overs, visits, and sleepovers for children. And I think Dion asked me to elaborate a little bit more on those things. And I also wanted to touch on the child. So the child noticed stuff that I think is relevant. And then when I was looking at my presentation, I was like, there's such a lot of things that I can share. I really don't know where to start and what to focus on. So I decided, okay, let's look at something that is core to basically what all of these things are that we've mentioned. The question that people very often ask is, when can my child go and stay over? When is it okay for a child to sleep away from a mother, for example? What is the child, the child doesn't want to go to this parent, doesn't want to talk to this parent, doesn't want to do this. So let's look at what is the crux of all of this. And maybe also just talk a little bit about, I think from the other side, which is very often for me the main issue. We talk about the best interest of the child and everything, and we can focus on that. But I do think one of the important things, and I think if we don't get to the point of helping adults to understand why they behave in ways, we can make recommendations that will be really the fact. And we're going to have adults that are going to be in conflict with one another because they have a specific need as an adult and as a parent. And that is what we need to look at. And that is something that we also that they need to understand. Like, what is it that that the parent is basically experiencing, and why they're behaving in a certain way? So what is the function of their behavior as well at the end of the day? I do believe that if parents are not willing to, if they're not open-minded to learn about themselves and face things about themselves, that they will have difficulty in co-parenting. they will have difficulty to cooperate with another parent or with another adult because they are trying to self-preserve. And that is what we do as human beings. You know, we self-preserve a lot of the time because we feel threatened, we feel unsure, we might be fearful of losing stuff. And then we obviously behave in certain ways to react to those things. So today, my presentation, so can we get the next one? I think this was the one that I did the previous time, so we can just go on. Okay, next.
I think that's it.
There was another one that I think beyond. Is it that one? Sorry. I've got it on a drive here. Can I do that?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry. Wait, please, if you from the top, okay. Okay, so today what I'm going to share with you is I'm just going to talk to you a bit more about the essence or the importance of relationships with children and understanding behavior within the context of relationships. And I think that is one of the things I actually see so interesting. Can't do it in your Ferrari. And I think, you know, I was like, okay, that's cool because that is what we are about as people, is our relationships. And our relationships that we experience from the first day that we meet our parents is all about relationships. Okay. So my presentation is literally going to focus on that. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit about the role of attachment with children. Because that is something that you will hear social workers talk about, that we need to look at attachment, we need to assess attachment, things like that. And I'm just going to look a little bit about, I just want to look a bit at attachment. And I think I called my presentation Children Belong. Because what it is all about at the end of the day is for us as human beings to belong to something, to someone, to something bigger, and to feel that we have a place in this world and that we are being accepted by other people for who we are as people, and that we are being seen as people. And that is for children. They just want to be seen. And one of the big things that I think that I very often say to parents is that your child is not an extension of you. Your child is a person on his or her own, in their own right. They're not a mini you, a mini me, a mini father, or anything. They're a person in their own right. And very often, I think as adults, we want to see somebody, something that we have created, as an extension of us. And I think very often that is where a lot of, particularly if we take into account the background that a lot of our people come from, or the people that we work with come from as well. Thank you. Next one. Okay, so you can just move through that. I think that is why. Oh, here we go. Sorry. I'm not the techie, so there we go. I'm not that good.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. One word, sorry.
And then, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, I think that's the ideal. When we look at things, we know parents can be together, parents can be separate. And the ideal is that we can have parents working together to raise children and to prepare children for the world and for being an adult. One of the things that I think a more important thing that I just want to highlight, and very often something that I some parents is that you must remember a child is very different. Not just because their body is smaller, or they can't talk, or they can't do this, but because their brain is structurally different from that of an adult. Physically, their hardware works differently. It looks the same as that of an adult. Like if you take a brain, a small baby brain, it's smaller, the structures just don't work yet the way that an adult structures operate and work. And children process and understand information very differently than adults. And a big part of the way that they process and understand information is their sensory self. The way that they, you would have realized that children are much more receptive. If an adult comes in and you just have to start funny, you could talk, you need to ask, what's wrong, mommy? What's wrong, daddy? Or so children see those things much easier and senses it much easier. Why? Because their brain doesn't have all those things, all those other mechanisms in place like what we have. We have, as we learn knowledge and we learn how to judge and we learn how to categorize information into different things, and we can switch our brain on and off to focus on other things and ignore certain things and focus on other things. Children can't really do that because their brains are basically a sponge. Their brains just absorbs what they experience in the world. So if they're in a place where there's lots of chaos, and lots of noise, and lots of screaming, they will experience that and it will create something in their body that they will feel. Fast heartbeat, hormones that will be secreted, their body will respond in a certain way and they will interpret that in the way that they feel. If it's a calm environment, their body will respond in a certain way because that is the body's and they will feel more maybe safe, more calm than maybe in a way where it's very noisy and chaotic and scary in a sense. So that's one thing that I always. Children do not think the same than you do. Their brains do not work the same than your brains work. So therefore, sometimes you can talk and talk. I get a lot of parents sometimes saying, I don't know. I talk to this child so many times, but it seems like they don't hear me. They don't understand. Also do other things. And one of those things is very often shock. For example, how do we teach a child about being calm, managing your emotions, but as being and shouting like a crazy person and flipping and shouting at the grandmother. But I'm telling myself, be calm, be quiet. The child, they're shouting for her to do. So the other thing that is for me to, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. It's also just to remember that which is the part that puts us in fight or flight mode if we are emotionally threatened. It is the question that part of the brain is activated. Am I safe? So if I see a big car coming towards me, our brain will immediately. There's also hormones, adrenaline, everything that gets secreted and it puts your body in a situation where you have to react. So that's the whole thing of am I safe? That's the brain stem. We know that part of the brain is operational from even right. That is why when mothers are exposed to adverse situations, like for example, abuse, when they are being abused in of am I safe? If they can't see the mommy, if they can't see the daddy, if they can't see a person, then they're going to start crying. Why? Because the body that part itself am I safe? Where's my so that's your most basic function of behavior is to keep us safe. The next one is the emotional state, which is the mid-level functionality of the brain, which is where the emotion seat is, what we call our limbic system. And this asks the questions, am I loved? So a lot of the time when a person behaves in a certain way, maybe I see a frown on my mother's face or a frown on my colleague's face, the question I'm asking myself is, am I being questioned here? Am I being loved, or is this person angry with me or not? What's happening here? And the only way to soothe an upset emotional state is through connection. So very often when I look at children and I look at the behavior and the mother comes to me and says, oh, this child is not wild and he screams all the time, throw tantrums, my job is to understand which one of these the brain states of the child mostly operating from. Because those are the first needs of children, safety and connection. And when they don't feel safe emotionally or physically, or when they don't feel connected to anything, they will show that in their behavior. Either by isolating themselves, avoiding relationships, or either by going all in and, being all over the place and being demanding and wanting attention and doing all of those things. And then the last state is the most, is the state that all of us want to be in. What can I learn from this? It's our executive state. So when we make a mistake, when something happens, the ideal is most that we can sit down and say, what can I learn from this situation? I'll do this differently next time. Do I need to do it different? Is there a different way to read? Okay, listen to what other person is saying because maybe they can add to how I am doing it. That is the ideal state in terms of three lobes, and obviously we know that that part operated in early adulthood. But we teach children to start asking these questions, and that's what regulation and self-regulation is about as well. Yes, I fell now and I'm crying in my heart is sore and it feels like the world is going to collapse around me. But with an adult that can co-regulate, that can show me, now you fell very hard, it's very sore, let's tell, when you feel the floor is very hard, what can we do? Maybe we must make sure that your license are fastened. So when you children then on the executive side in order to help them behaviors. So what I do is, this is just, again, for me, it's just important that adults understand this. That children are not intentionally, they don't behave in a certain way because they intentionally behave in that way. They behave in that way because there's an underlying need. And that underlying need has got to do with safety and with connection. And then we want them next time to be able to manage that behavior differently or express those things differently by helping them to realize that they can also function from an executive state. They can do things differently. They can look at things differently. And that's actually a process for human beings. I don't follow that as well. You can think about it when you're at work. And your boss comes to you and your boss says, wait your PowerPoint presentation, it's like it. Where do you respond? I don't feel sad, I'm scared my boss is going to fire me. He always with my PowerPoint. Or do I immediately go into the mode of, well, you never give me enough time. Do I immediately go into attack mode and put it to that person? But not asking myself, how could I do it different so that next time I don't have to experience this that I'm experiencing at the moment. So this is just usually an introduction that I have. For me it's important that parents understand that children operate on that basis, but we as adults also operate on that basis. We want to feel safe. I want to feel safe as a mommy. I want to know that my child loves me. So when my child cries and wants to talk to daddy, but daddy and me don't see eye to eye, I feel as a mommy. I don't feel safe. Because in my head, the things are going around like, this man is busy taking my child away from me. My child is going to love me more than my child loves me. So now what? Now mommy must go into mode to make sure that child doesn't love daddy more than he loves me. And that's very, it's an unconscious process, and it's an understanding process. It's a process that we understand. Because that is who we are as human beings, because we want to feel loved. Very often it's difficult to think that, a child can love both parents. It doesn't mean that if I love the one parent, I don't love the other parent, or I love the other parent less. But I think in a lot of times, sometimes, we think it is like that. We think that if he loves his father and he expresses it, or he loves his mother and he expresses that, or he wants to spend time with the mother or wants to spend time with the father, then it means that he prefers that parent above me. Yes, at any point in time, the child will prefer one parent to the other. And then the next week, the child will prefer the other parent. So I think a big part of getting parents to be able to work together is for parents to understand where they come from and what it is that they are fearful of for themselves. And I know a lot of parents will say that it's in the best interest of my child. I want to protect my child. What do you want to protect your child from? Okay. And that's important. Sometimes I just want to protect my child from, him, maybe I don't want him to love something, to love the father more. Or, the father has got a partner and they've got a good relationship. I don't want the other partner to replace me. I don't want this child to love that woman because if we love that woman, how is the child going to love me? So these are the questions that parents, I think, and adults very often, and adults have expressed that questions they ask themselves. So for me, it's very important that parents, I think, also understand where their fears come from and what their fears are about. And I have seen parents that the child is, I just had a lady in this week that said to me that I can't be a parent without this child being with me. Which is but in her mind that is her truth. So just something that I think is important in allowing people. So for me, what is important, I think, when we look at relationships, we understand attachment and what attachment is about. Because we can have attachment with different people, and we have attachment, different types of attachments with different people. We know that the most optimal attachment and the best attachment is a secure attachment. And we're going to talk about that. And that is what we want. We want the child to be in a stable base with a person or persons that have secure attachment. So attachment, what is it really? So it is the behavior as survival behavior. Remember, I spoke about the survival brain as well. The brain really has survival behavior. So in a baby, the formation of attachment is about survival. Because a baby can't make their own sandwich, can't wipe their own butt, can't make their own water. They need an adult in order to physically survive. And that's what attachment is about. It's at the basis of survival. Okay. So early attachment relationships serve as a template for local emotional functioning. When the baby is, that survival behavior is about the needs, the physical needs of the child, responding to the child. I'm crying, I feel unsafe, my butt is wet, my nappy is dirty, I feel uncomfortable, it's not nice. What does the adult do? The adult responds favorable to that, make the child comfortable, and the child learn that I can trust this mother of mine because she's going to make me feel better, she's going to help me when I feel that. Now, when maybe mom is depressed, maybe mom is a drug user, baby is crying, mommy is not able to respond immediately to that. Or mommy responds to it, but she responds to it in an aggressive way. Or in a way, like throwing the baby on the bed and saying, you just, you're making me sick, you're just always crying, you never shut up. Because maybe she is depressed. Maybe she didn't have sleep. Maybe there isn't somebody that is supporting her to do some of these things. What is the baby feeling? What is the baby getting from that interaction? I can't really trust this person. Yes, they might be addressing my need, but the way in which they're addressing my need is actually making me feel unsafe. So that is going to influence the emotional functioning later. Okay. So language, cognitive, as well as model development is linked with early attachment relationships. So in the way that the child is going to start thinking about how should my relationships with people look like? How should I respond to a teacher? How should I respond to a man? How should I respond to somebody that is maybe disabled, depending if there was a disabled person in the family? All of those things are going to be based on how that early attachment relationship has formed with children. So we know that children who are securely attached, they can rely on their caregiver to keep them safe, help them grow and develop. They learn the needs are important and others can help them. So it's like, for example, Mommy, I'm hungry. Not now. Be quiet. I don't have time. Wait. Mommy, I'm hungry. No, you can't be hungry. What does that tell the child? My needs are not important. I can't listen to you now, I'm busy with this now. What does the child get from that? I'm not that important. I mustn't ask. I mustn't ask for help, I mustn't ask for assistance. And the child will then, depending obviously on a lot of factors, violent state, emotional state, that is what their behavior is going to show. They're going to start either withdrawing or they're going to become highly demanding, attention seeking, bullying other children if they see that other children are maybe getting the attention. You know, why is that person listening to that child but is not listening to me? Maybe the teacher is listening to her as well or to that child as well, but they're going to think that no, this person is not really listening to me, because that is what the early attachment has taught them, that adults don't listen to me. Okay. So we see that children who does not develop secure attachments are more likely to adapt the attachment behavior and to develop strategies to help them to stay close to their parents without risking distress or rejection. So it means that if mom is not paying attention to me because she's too busy, I will develop strategies to be close to her. So I will create problems at school so that they can call mommy to come to school all the time. But at least I'm being close to mom. I give the attention, even if it is negative attention. Okay? So they create strategies without risking further distress or rejection. Okay. So, and these are the things that we assess when we are looking at, when we assess attachment. We look at all of these different things in terms of, it's not just about whether the child is glad to see the parent. The child will be glad to see anything. They will be happy. They might be shy initially, then they will be happy. They might be, no, I don't want to go. Doesn't mean that they don't have attachment with the parent. It's just the type of attachment that we then need to look at. So we see children become suspicious or scared, not to use caregivers to seek support, because they know that in the past when I sought support, I didn't get the support. So this is why you find a lot of children rather going to other sources of support. And parents then say, I don't want to talk to me. And then I say to the parents, so tell me the times where the child has tried to talk to you. What was your response? What did you do? No, the child knows. I'm very busy. And, you know, they will tell me that I think, okay. How easy is it for a child to come to you and make an appointment to talk? It doesn't really work that. But some parents, sometimes, you know, that is how they operate. So miscuing, giving children, you know, there's different social cues, children not being able to read social cues as well, like expressions, and we know that even with teenagers. Teenagers is the worst when it comes to body language and facial expressions. Because of the development of their brain, they just don't have the capacity to read facial expressions the right way. Like sometimes a mother you will sit, you will be like frowning at your thing, and your child will be like, "Why are you angry with me? You're always angry with me." And you're like, I was just wondering about something here, you know? And they see it as you being angry at me because there was a problem on my face. So we know that, you know, children are not, especially teenagers are not good at body language and reading facial expressions. So attachment also, and the way that we communicate with children verbally and non-verbally needs to be congruent. So we can't say to the child, "Yeah, you know, mommy loves you." What is that gonna? Your mommy loves you. Oh, your mommy loves you. What is it going to be? Doesn't help that you say to the child 100 times, "I love you," but your body don't show it. You don't have the child. You don't maybe put your hand on their head, or your tone of voice doesn't say it, doesn't show it. So that's all important things. Children who receive frightening care will experience disorganization of attachment responses, where they seem unclear how to interact. Parents are both reassuring and frightening. So we get the disorganization of attachment, where parents are both, "I can reassure you, I'm reassuring, sometimes I respond to you weak, but other times I don't. Or sometimes other times I'm frightening. I'm scaring you, I make you feel not safe." So the main components of attachment is obviously your primary attachment relationship, which is basically the mother in the majority of cases. That's the primary attachment. And that primary attachment can be secure, or it can be all of the other things, disorganized, insecure, and then we get off the insecure attachments. There are different types of attachments, ambivalent, etc. But we also form primary attachments with our, like our father, who is there as a baby when we, initially. If maybe dad wasn't present from birth, and maybe dad comes into the child's life at the age of 2 or 3, the child can still form a primary attachment with that father. A lot of the time, children form other primary attachments with a grandparent, because the child grows up in the grandparent's house. So when you look at children, we have a number of primary attachments. And that is excellent. The more primary attachment the child can have, the better for the child, because it means the more supportive relationships there are. Again, it's about what is the nature of that primary attachment. Is it a secure attachment? Is it an insecure attachment? Is it an attachment that is sometimes toxic for the child and for the child's development? Because we have those attachments. So proximity seeking at times of stress and threat, we know that when a child is not feeling well, who is the person that they cry for when they feel yucky? "Oh, I can't, mommy. My toe is, my eye, my toe, I want mommy. Oh, I want my daddy." And I've seen that children will ask for different parents, and they will seek the proximity of different parents at different times. Sometimes they want their dad to kiss better, and sometimes they want their mother to kiss better. There are also obviously children that sometimes don't want that parent when they are feeling not well, because maybe when the child was sick, the other parent couldn't deal with that, and the other parent was like, "No, please take the child away. Deal with it. I can't deal with it." So those are things that we just need to keep in mind. So we need our attachment system more when we are frightened. And this attachment system continues to operate throughout our life. Our attachment system, particularly, if we think about going into romantic relationships, the choice of partners that we, how we choose partners, it's all based if we really look at, asking people sometimes, why do I tend to choose the same type of person over and over and over? We can go and look at our attachment system and our unmet needs with regards to that. Okay. So the attachment allows us to form blueprints about how to see ourselves and others and our relationships. So that is the importance of attachment for children. Sorry. Here we go. So just in terms, when we talk, so attachment, I think is a big thing. I think what is important, and with a lot of the voice of the child, sometimes we will listen to children and we will look at what the child's attachments are and how those behaviors or how those relationships serve the child. How does it serve the child? Okay. And we have sometimes relationships, like I said, are toxic. Yes, the mother does love the child, but she's not able to be available to serve the child's needs. And very often, with adults who have their own deep hurts, they use children to serve their needs. And that is sometimes a process that is important also to ask parents to work through and to look at. So when we talk about, I think what I mentioned is, when we talk about all of these things, very often we hear a lot of things like, I know I will talk a lot about parenting skills, parenting styles, co-parenting, and then parallel parenting. I don't know if you've ever heard about parallel parenting, but parallel parenting is actually a co-parenting style, form of co-parenting, which is parenting that is just much more rigid, a form of co-parenting that is much more rigid, particularly for high conflict people or high conflict situations. So there isn't a lot of flexibility when we look at parallel parenting. Whereas co-parenting and cooperative co-parenting is where we have more flexibility. The ideal that we want for parents, if the little one says, Dad, Mommy can pick up the phone and say, hi, this one is like really missing you, would like to come and see you for a bit. Is it possible for you to come over? And Dad is like, yeah, sure, bring it, we're just making pizzas. Is it okay if he has a pizza with us? No, if he hasn't had his dinner yet, if he's had his dinner, maybe I can pack him a slice of pizza or something like that. That is cooperative co-parenting. That is the ideal, that's what we want. But we also know that a lot of parents can't get to that point because there's such a lot of things still unresolved between them as individuals. So I've just mentioned those things because I think it is important that we just realize we mustn't sort of like drown ourselves in all of these things. We mustn't just be like, oh, the parenting skills is authoritarian, this person is horrible. Or the parenting skill is like this, this is the ideal. Parenting styles, all of these things, I think it's about the whole picture when it comes to this and what works best for the child at the end of the day. So we've discussed attachments. So the circle of security, this is just a picture that I'm showing, or it's just to show that, when a child has that circle of security, the secure base, the safe haven, the child can explore. The child knows that there's somebody that's watching over me, somebody that delights in me, somebody that enjoys the things that I'm doing, somebody that helps me, somebody that supports me. And the child needs the person to welcome me coming to you. Yes, I want you to come to me, come off me, come bother me. Okay. And And that person will protect me, will comfort me, will delight in me, and will help me to organize my feelings. Will help me to understand what this is that I'm feeling and what this is that I'm experiencing. If a child don't have a secure base, it is difficult for them to do those things. So, 3 things that I sometimes say to parents is always be bigger, stronger, wiser, and kind. Kinder than the other person. Bigger, stronger, wiser, and kinder than the other person. So, yes, it's very hard for me to let my child go to the father, but I'm going to be bigger than denying my child that. I'm going to be stronger than allowing my emotions to get hold of me and to be nasty towards the other parent. So that is important. Whenever possible, follow my child's need. Wherever necessary, take charge.
I would like to ask, that's a very, very delicate situation. Where a parent was supposed to the child that a parent or a caregiver has to guarantee a child's safety wherever the child goes. So now this parent knows that the other parent is not so competent with emotions and so on, and there's a lack of attunement between the child and that parent. And you know the other parent can be very rude and abusive. So what does one do with that child, sending that child to the not so okay parent?
Yeah.
Because that is something that I deal a lot with.
Yeah, yeah. And I think in that regard, it is very difficult because even with myself, and even with the courts, finding that the courts very often force children to go to parents that children sometimes don't feel comfortable with. I think in a case where it's very clear that the relationship is toxic for that child, that it affects the child's self-esteem, that it affects the child, mental health. Yeah. One has to be very clear then to say, but we cannot do this. I think one needs to show the impact of that on the child. That this child is suffering emotionally, is suffering mentally. And my frustration is that even if we show it very often, the courts don't take it seriously. Mm-hmm. The courts very often, if there's not physical or sexual abuse, they don't see the emotional abuse as serious as the physical or the sexual abuse. So I believe that, we have to, in that case, build in the safety part of where that parent maybe would rather need to have supervised contact, but also that parent needs to go for parenting guidance or parenting coaching or something like that, or even individual therapy. I having worked with parents, I do believe that the first point of departure for parents is to actually go and unpack your own problems and your own insecurities with regards to this parenting issue. For example, that if a father is emotionally abusive, he must go and see somebody for his abusive behavior before we can start looking at children having contact in that regard. I find emotional abuse, I see children suffering more from emotional, and when you talk to adults that are having difficulties and mental health issues, you very often find that it's not necessarily because they were sexually abused or physically abused, but there was a lot of emotional abuse. And I don't believe the courts understand that emotional abuse can have a longer lasting impact actually than physical abuse at the end of the day. Particularly if the physical abuse isn't ongoing, if it's something that is endemic in the family system. So yeah, sometimes we just have to, I think there's a long road with regards to, because there's the understanding from the courts that some parent is better than no parent. Even if that parent isn't such a great parent. And yes.
I was one of the people who had children removed from the grandparent because sorry. Thank you. I was one of the people who had children removed from parents because they are toxic for the children. And it doesn't, I mean, I at the time I was a preschool teacher. So they come to school with all that toxicity. And you can see it comes straight from the home. It doesn't come, I mean, what 2-year-old has trauma that bad?
Yeah.
So it must have come from the home.
Yeah. And that's the thing, we say relational trauma, we talk about relational trauma. And when we talk about relational trauma, we talk about that attachment trauma that the child experiences. Where, where parents will say very horrible things to children when they are small. Like, I never wanted you. You were an accident. Sure. That type of thing. And parents say it to children. And then later they go like, oh, I'm sorry, Malbonia, I didn't mean it, That type of thing. And again, my experience, I've had a couple of, I know Betty and me worked on one case together where we had a very toxic mother, and I'm happy to report that the court has ruled in favour to keep the child from breaking. Right. So we had a very toxic mother. And I mean, we had uphill battles to get the court to understand that this mother was not good for the child. That she was actually seriously emotionally damaging the child. And I see it more with other cases where I've been, where there's this other case now where they want the child to see the other parent. And that actually said to me, it's better for the child to have a parent than to have no parent. And I said, no. Sorry. Sorry, people. I need to remember. I need to stand still. Yeah.
You can go up to here.
Okay, I can go up to there. Sorry about that. Yeah. So the big thing is that that's a battle that I think is ongoing, and I think we need to be very open about. Is that emotional abuse and psychological abuse is as bad as physical and sexual abuse. And as much as we want to, I believe that a parent should know the other parent, and that the child can choose when they want to see the other parent and when they want to interact with the other parent, especially when the other parent is maybe a very toxic parent. With this little boy, we've worked with him very hard and say to him things like, when you want to talk to mommy, then you can come and ask, and we will call mom. So when he feels like he wants to talk to his mom, he will ask his granny. And when he feels like he doesn't want to talk to her, then, he doesn't want to talk to her. I mean, initially, this whole thing of parenting plans, contact every day, telephonic, every second day, telephonic. We've had that in a parenting plan, and we've seen that how it doesn't work for children. Because in the first place, what can a 4-year tell you over the phone every day? They can't tell you anything. And then you have a parent that will be like, you must talk to me for 20 minutes. Now they sit on the phone and they're like, and mom asks the same question over and over. So what did you do at school? And the little boy becomes frustrated and like, oh, you did at school. Don't talk to me like that. I'm your mother. And then immediately the telephonic contact means nothing. So for me, it is also a difficult situation. To realize that a child, children we know needs two parents. They need both their mother and their father. But I do believe that children are where a parent cannot take on that responsibility and is not willing to take on that responsibility and is not willing to develop themselves to do it differently. Then I don't have a problem if a child does not see the other parent or does not interact with that. Because I think the child will then be better off. Yeah. So, so survival behavior, main components we spoke about. So that's just again, where parents initiate positive interactions with the child will respond positively, and there will be self-worth and self-esteem. The child will feel okay about themselves, and they will feel okay about the people that they have relationships with. If the parent is initiate a positive interaction because there isn't maybe a positive or a secure attachment, the child will not be able to respond positively. So a lot of parents are sometimes very confused. I don't know, why is this child talking to me like that? Or why is the child not wanting to come to me? And then I'm saying, okay, let's talk about your interactions with your child. How do you respond when your child is crying, when your child is doing this, and then you start seeing how parents are packing up all the rules and the regulations. And I'm like, if I was a child, I don't think I would want to talk to you as well, because there's too many rules. I'm scared I'm going to overstep one of those rules and then I'm going to be in trouble. So that is important. So when we look at the normal cycle, that is just obviously what I've spoken about, the need, the arousal, the expression, crying, whatever. The response, gratification, what the baby gets from the parent, and then the relief and the relaxation. So, and it's not just for babies, but also for children, younger children. I want to play. There's a need. I need your attention. Mommy, I need your attention. I want to play. What do? How is that child expressing that, the arousal? How is the parent responding to that need? Is that need addressed or not? And then there will be relief or relaxation. Sorry, let me just go through. No. The disordered cycle. There's a need, there's arousal, expression, and there's apathy from the parent side, or dismiss it, being dismissed. There's no response. The child is anger, frustration. There's discomfort, fear, anxiety, lack of trust, and lack of empathy. And that is what we will see. Just remember, maybe your child can't tell you really, I'm angry. They just know that they feel frustrated. They just know that they don't feel that it doesn't feel nice, doesn't feel okay. I don't feel safe. I don't feel comfortable. And we help them with that. That's why we say, oh yes, I can see that you are very upset with mommy now because mommy doesn't want to come and play. But it's give mommy 5 minutes. Let me quickly go and do this, and then I'll come and look back. Or do you know what? You see on the watch, if this thing is on that time, then mommy is going to come and sit and play with you. Can you maybe look through your book now? Sit and come sit next to mommy on the carpet, maybe next to me here while I'm busy writing an email or whatever you're busy with. So how do we communicate and how do we acknowledge these needs that children have? Because sometimes we can't immediately jump and do what children want us or need us to do with them. Okay. But in terms of how do we communicate these things for kids. Okay. So the individual child, his or her needs should be recognized, understood, appreciated, acknowledged, attended to by his or her caregiver. Okay? So we recognize the need, but we also need to understand the need of the child. Like, for example, when the child is, sometimes the parent will say, the child will cry, and the parent will say, oh yes, mommy can see you're feeling so tired. So the parent is attuned to the child. They know what the child's routines are. They know, sometimes the parent will say to the child when the child starts crying, come here, child, get up. Are you naughty? What are you doing? Now that's not recognizing the need. That is not understanding the need. That is dismissing. So what is important and appreciate? How do we appreciate? Oh yes, oh mommy, no, mommy see, we've been to the shop and it's been a long day, but we're going to be home now and then you can take a rest. Can you hear how it's communicated? I appreciate that you've had a long day. Okay. So that is important. Secure attachment is a certainty that the need will be met. So the child knows that when I get home and my mom fed food, my need will be met. This is why we always tell parents, don't just make promises and never keep your promise. That's the worst thing for children. Like, your need is, mommy's going to spend time with you now. Mommy's going to play with you now. And mommy carries on and never gets to play. I'm sorry, mommy got so busy, but mommy promised we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow comes. Mommy doesn't do it because mommy is too busy. So, children then develop. Children then realize that I can't trust my mother. Whatever I'm going to ask her for, it's probably not going to happen. Feelings of being loved and cared for, sense of being able to make things happen or stop things from happening. That is also, I think, with conflictual situations, it's very important for parents not to remember never to say and promise things like, I promise you don't have to see your father if you don't want to. Because sometimes, even if the child doesn't want to see the father or the other parent, the court might still force the child to do it. And then you have promised the child. And then they go, you promised for me now. The child can't understand that the mother can't really stop that from happening. Because if the court says, then that's what the court says. So that's what I remember with this case that I worked with. For me, it was so important to sit with the child and explain to the child and say to him, listen, yeah, this is how it is. The court said you're going to stay with grandma and with this person. And then the court said that you must have telephone calls. I know you don't want to talk to mommy on a daily basis. But it's important that if you don't feel like talking, then you must tell mommy that you don't feel like it. And if she asks you why don't you feel like talking, then you can share with her and say, well, I was busy playing, or I was busy on my computer, or I've got nothing to say. But I think it is important that sometimes when parents, when parents are in conflict and the child says to the parent, I don't want to go back to mommy, and then the parent is like, oh, well, I won't let you go back. Be careful, be mindful of the things that get said to children. Because we try and comfort them in that way, but we actually don't realize that children will hold us to that. And it will give us, it will, by not being able to do those things that we say, will make children not to trust us. That is the big thing. Because then they learn that others are not telling the truth. Okay, so a child that's in insecurity is not sure about one or all of the following, whether his or her needs are going to be met, which of the needs are going to be met, who is going to meet those needs, and when are the needs going to be met. That we find a lot as well, where children are like, they don't know who's going to give me food today. It's going to be grandma, daddy, mommy, where am I going to go today, and who's going to make sure that my clothes are packed, and my this is done, and my that is done. So it's not just about, there can be many people meeting the child's needs, but what we also need to be aware of is that there are too many people, the child can also become extremely confused. And the child can also feel very insecure. Okay. Caregiver responses. Maybe one or more of the following is responding to the child's signals of need. So it's obviously, are you consistent in your response as a caregiver? Are you inappropriate? Are you inadequate? Or are you ignoring? Those are the I's that we need to discuss with parents. Consistency is important. I'll pack it today, I'll pack your lunch, but tomorrow I'm sorry, I forgot to pack your lunch, or I'll pack your own lunch. And then for the next week you have to do it, and then suddenly I want to do it again. That's not consistency. That confuses children. That makes children feel insecure. So the insecure attachment is obviously the child's response to the caregiver, and it might be one of or all of the following: ambivalent responses, avoidant responses, or disorganized responses. And we see This is when children, what we see in children, they limited, when they're ambivalent, they're limited in their confidence, in the ability to get their needs met, like a lot of children say, I can't do this, I don't know how to do this. But they do know how to do it. I'm never going to get it right. I'm stupid. Reduced trust in this, with ambivalence, there's very often a reduced trust in caregiving, in the caregiving. Children avoiding, so there's displays of needs limited and compromised. So basically, when there's avoidance, it means that they will not express their needs, they will not ask for food, they will just not engage around that. So they won't show their need, and the display of their need is also compromised in that regard. And then there's increasing in self-reliance as well. Like these kids that always say, no, it's fine, it's okay, don't worry. I'll make a plan, I'll sort it out. Because they have to fix it for themselves. Disorganized, children that are consistently alert, seeking attention, hypersensitive, and hypervigilant. So here we see, this is, you're seeking attention behavior, there's millions of different types of behaviors that seek attention. It can be anything from drug use to committing crime to, bullying to whatever. But that usually goes together then with disorganized attachments as well that they have. Caregiver's response, when a child is responding either in an ambivalent, in a disorganized way to the adult, how does the adult react? They will react with confusion. They will have reduced confidence in their caregiving role. They might even be angry towards the child. Inappropriate or inadequate meeting of the child's needs. Refusal to meet the child's needs. Denial that all of the child's needs have not been met. A lot of the time, parents will say, but I give the child clothes, give the child food, and that's it. They focus on the physical side of the caretaking of the child, not the emotional side. And very often, some parents don't have the ability to make themselves emotionally available, to actually meet emotional needs of children. So, compromised caregiving, obviously, there we talk about the rhythm of chaos, where a caregiver is preoccupied, cannot give to the child because they are preoccupied. Parents, moms that have to work, that are single, they have to work 2, 3, 4 jobs. They're preoccupied with survival. And very often they work so hard to physically take care of the child, to provide a home, to provide food, to provide clothes, to pay for school, that by the time they just need to, or by the time they need to put that emotional energy into the child, they're just finished. They cannot do it. It's like there's nothing there to fill the other bucket with. So the caregiver is present but not available. Trauma of absence, no opportunities for the child to be a child. We see this a lot with children that have to take care of other children from a very young age. Meaning is the message. So the attribution of blame, meaning that, a lot of these children take on that it is their fault. Why their needs are not being met. Neglecting the air, the children breathe. That is very often, and that's emotional neglect. When we are not paying attention to them, when we don't put time aside to actually focus on them. We are so busy taking care of them, working, running around, surviving, that we just don't have the energy anymore to really focus on that emotional side of stuff. And that is why it's so important that parents can support one another. And that is why the financial part is so important. And I think that is also why I find, very often fathers know that if they do not provide the financial side and mom has to work and mom has to, they know that that's also getting to deplete the emotional stuff that mom can give at the end of the day. So we need to work with these parents to make them understand that this is not just about money. But if you don't provide the money, the emotion, and that what is needed psychologically and emotionally for your child, you also take. So you also actually contributing to emotional neglect at the end of it. Then, yeah, one of the big things, no individual can be understood apart from the relationships in which he or she lives. And the quality of caregiver behavior at 6 months predicts attachment behavior at 3 years. Early experiences have a significant impact on a child's development pathway. So it's during childhood. It is going to impact on how I am going to form relationships with an adult. As an adult, I am going to have difficulty in my relationship if I have had an insecure, if I had insecure attachments as a child. And that is why sometimes I might go into many relationships, from one relationship to the other relationship, and never find the ideal relationship. Because it's not about the relationship, it's about how you relate to people. Yeah, so existing relationships are important and must be treated with respect. And I've given you I've put a pause on your table. And this is just an exercise. So I thought let me be creative. So if you take the glass down and you open it up and you put it on your arm and stick. That's your relationship. You meet a person and you stick to that person. That person looks after you, gives you attention. Just do that. So how does that plaster fit onto your arm? It's nice and snug, nee? It's comfortable, it's there. Now, pull it off.
Oh, you bought the cup one.
I bought the front ones, yeah. Sorry, it's a budget issue. Okay. This is not about how it hurts. Pull it off. Stick it back on to the same place. Pull it off again. How does it come off this time? A little bit easier.
Yeah.
So put it on the same place again. How does it feel now with fitting? Maybe not as good as it was the first time. Pull it off now. How does it come off? So if you continue to do that, you will see you're going to get to a point where this thing is not even going to stick anymore.
Yeah.
Now, that is how relationship works. The more we get into relationships, we get disappointed, we're being pulled away, we move closer, we form a relationship, we get disappointed, we get pulled away. Eventually, that relationship is actually not gonna, we're just gonna be there. It's not gonna stick anymore. And that is the significance of attachment. So if we don't have that attachment, if we don't have the secure attachment, we are going to be like this plaster. We're going to try and stick to so many people, but we're not going to be able to stick because our glue is not strong enough. And our glue we get pulled off so many times, whether it's in our minds, whether we think, but it's our experiences. And that is why it doesn't matter how many relationships we're going to go. So we have to start with the self. And that self starts from childhood. So this is also the thing with me with social workers and making sure that when we do it the first time, we do it as much as possible right. Because the more we stick a child and we remove a child, the less that child is going to be able to stick in other places. So for me, that is very important. And yeah, this is just a simple way that I explain relationships to children as well. That, sometimes it's very difficult to remove that and it's sore. If it's a good plaster, you will feel it pulls your hairs and it's sore and everything. It might leave a bit of a mark and all of those things. But the more, you stick on, So it's important to have that first person, that one or two or three people that you trust, that you know can help you with that glue. So that when you meet other people, you are comfortable and you are okay, and you don't have to prove yourself as a person, because then you can just be. And I think that is very often for parents difficult to just be who they are as people, because they are scared because there's another parent waiting for you to make a mistake, for you to do something, and I'm going to nail you. The court process, waiting for you to make a mistake, waiting for you to be not a good enough parent. So I believe that parents, if they can work through their fear, and if they can open up and be open to acknowledge that, yes, I had difficulties with parenting. I have neglected my child. I have done things that didn't benefit my child, but I'm willing to do a different thing. Then I think we can work with parents. But if we have parents that think they are the one all and be all and know all, then it's difficult to work with them. Because I don't believe any parent knows everything and does everything correct. And parents are, but I believe we have to be open to learning as adults. Whether you're a parent, whether you're a professional, we have to be open to learning. So, 4 phases in the child's reaction to separation. There's progress, withdrawal, detachment, and recovery then on a shallow level, which is that what I showed with the thing, can't stick. It's very superficial. So the child can't form those deep emotional bonds because the child's. Then there's the attachment disruption signs. Infancy, toddler, school age, adolescence. Here we see lack of eye contact, inability to soothe themselves, does not express needs, slow development and weight gain. Toddler, tantrums, self-injury, over-friendly attention seeking with strangers, affectionate on their own terms. School-age children, tantrums continue, cruelty to animals, incaprices, enuresis, lying, hoarding, stealing, destruction of property. And we see in adolescents drug and alcohol use, excessive sexual behaviors, and immediate bonding and need to attach with strangers. Like a 16-year-old girl, I'm moving in with my boyfriend in a week's time. And it's also like that with adults. Women meeting a man, I know him for 3 weeks and I move in with him. That's an attachment issue. Continuum of attachment, we have the secure, the anxious, disorganized, and then the non-attached. So all the different, so comfortable with closeness and trust, self-security, vulnerability is acceptable if we are secure. Positive working models of the world, other people, individuality, togetherness is balanced. So I can be on my own, but I also can be with other people. And ambivalent about closeness or trust, moderately controlling and insecure, negative working model, rejecting or cleaning. Disorganized, unable to trust, lack remorse, aggressive, and punitive. Yeah. So if you do distribute the PowerPoint, I think you'll get this. You can ask for it, and you can see what all the sort of like what is it? Characteristics of the different types of attachment. This is obviously not all included, but some of the main ones. So across the lifespan, so the attachment, then that helps us to learn to regulate emotionally. If we can regulate, we develop empathy, and that leads into our pro-social behavior. So if attachment is disrupted, we will have problems with emotional regulation in children, we will have problems with empathy in human beings, and then we will have problems with people being pro-social. That's why we find people can hurt other people very easily. Because their attachments are disrupted. They can't regulate themselves emotionally. They don't have empathy. They can't feel your pain. And that's why we find people committing crimes. Their pain is actually so bad. So parenting principles that provide attachment, warmth and support, acknowledge the child's mixed feelings, allow expression of feelings, let the child know how much you care, provide clear explanations for visitations and any move. This is our magical thinking common in young children. That magical thinking of all of us is going to live together happily ever after. We have to explain to children that we can happily be happily ever after, but not necessarily together. Parenting, warmth and support, read child's cues to build trust, reframe behaviors and grief or loss behaviors, accept regression, feel safe to do so. Allow mingling of sex between households and caregivers, especially for younger children. Discipline, calming techniques for me is very important that parents, not meaning that we have to use the same discipline styles, parenting styles or anything like that, but understanding what does it mean, self-regulation. You as a parent also need to be able to regulate. Okay. So teach the child calming techniques. You need to know how to calm yourself down when you are ready to explode as a parent. You start in, not on out. Otherwise, I say to parents, why do we want to focus on the negative? Why do we always reward the negative? We always say, oh, you've been naughty, go sit there. We're rewarding the child because we're giving them attention. We say, we're conversing with the child, you naughty, go sit there. Rather focus on the positive. If the child is good, oh wow, that was excellent. Oh, thank you so much for helping me out with the thing. Oh goodness, I see you've tried to clean up your room. Thank you so much for your effort. Instead of, look, the stuff is still lying on the floor. When the child is trying to clean up the room. So rather, focus on what the child has done than what the child has not done. And if the child has done something negative, don't focus on the negative thing the child has done. Focus on a positive, come into it in a positive way. Okay. So older children, for example, keep them in the same room where you are, like sit down, breathe, calm down. Once you calm, we will talk about this. Not go sit in your room until you've calmed down. Young child on your lap, facing outward. Come sit on my lap until you've calmed down. Okay. And then we go forward. At a specific price when the child is calm. Give the child concise direction at a time. Monitor that it is followed and provide specific drives. So discipline is a big thing sometimes we have to work with parents on. Attend all meetings to create a network of support. So with collaboration, I think with co-parenting, having meetings with your mediators, with coaches, with social workers is important. Sometimes I would also say, when mom and me maybe meet once in 2 months with a coach or a partner or somebody, and we just check that we're still on the same page. Follow guidelines recommended by coach workers and therapists. Strive for consistency in all settings of the child's life. Ensure that any school accommodations are followed, and birth parents are key members of the team. So sometimes we work with grandparents, birth parents, aunties, and uncles, and whatever. But the birth parents are key members. So I think that is very important. Collaboration when it comes to that is important. The key is it's about the child and not about you. Understand yourself and your own attachment and the relationship behind it. Because if you understand yourself, you will know why you get scared when your child behaves in a certain way or when your child has to go away from you or whatever. Respect. Respect him. Just plain be nice. We don't have to necessarily agree with the other person. We don't necessarily have to like what the other person is doing and how they're doing it. But if it's working for the child, it's fine. So I think mutual respect is a big thing that sometimes we lose as people. We treat other people as equal. worse than us. And I think those are sometimes things that we need to and that is my song and dance. Thank you.
Are there any questions, comments? Agnes wants to get going. How is Agnes?
Was very good. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it.
Can I ask one question? Yes. So I'm just talking from experience. My husband has my husband has a child with in a previous relationship. And you said that in most circumstances the child should make the decision when to see the other parent. But we struggled really badly. She's 15 now, everything's great co-parenting, everything's happy now. But when she was like 4, I've been in her life, she doesn't remember life without me. It was a big struggle to get her to come visit. And I was more of the thinking, and I'm trying to unpack this because obviously going into mediation. I feel like it was too much of a decision for her. She felt very loyal to her mom, which is completely understandable because she's 4. So I don't think it was fair to give her that choice. It should have been like, you are going to your father, and that's end of story.
Yeah.
But it was never, but do you disagree with that? And
not necessarily because of what the circumstances is in terms of that parenting relationship.
Yeah.
Because if you have an amicable relationship and you have great co-parenting, then you can say, you maybe are worried to leave mom alone.
Yeah.
But you're going to go through that. But where there's a co-parenting, where the one parent, let's say, for example, dad was now not very good for the child.
Yeah.
And would disrupt, and the child was maybe feeling unsafe, and all of those things.
Yeah.
To just say to the child, you're going to go there, finish and draw.
Okay, so
that
that
would be
makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I've been private regarding the choice to a child, where to be and when to be with the other parent. I had my private practice, a man of 40, a minister, he's a pastor, and he was so angry, he had so much rage against me as a social worker. And he said to me, it was because when he was 12 years old, the social worker told him to choose between his 2 parents, and he couldn't choose neither. And he said that, but they insisted and persisted. And he said, at the age of 40, he's still confused about that day, and he developed severe depression of letting down the other parents. So I think we have to learn on when are you with adults, and children want adults who are knowledgeable about what they do.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes the child and with the voice of the child, you sort of mess it up a bit.
Yeah. So I think, at the end of the day, the choice for the child is, for example, like what I said, the situation in that regard. It's not a question of a choice between the 2 parents. Like the child would say, I want to visit my mom, but I don't want to talk to her every day. But the child knows that if you want to talk to her, you can come ask me and we will talk to her. I'm not going to say to you, why do you want to talk to that person again or whatever? So I think that is, like, for example, the one child, if I think about him, the one that you and me both know, where we said to him, he was like, why do I have to talk every day with you? So we were explaining because this is what the court said. And he's like, but I don't care what the court said. I can't play because every time I have to wait and sometimes she doesn't phone. So what happened is we said to him, okay, give us a day. When do you want to talk to us? So he said, she was phone me on Sundays at 5 o'clock. Then I will make sure that I'm ready to talk to her. So that's sort of like the thing of asking for the choice. But it's true. Yeah. We must, by asking a child to make a choice, we're not asking the child to choose between the one or the other. But to give the child a sense of that they also have some control over their life, in a sense. Yeah.
think my question is more how to bypass the system, the court system basically, because everybody knows it's highly broken, and if you absolutely have to go there, you have to go there. And a lot of people don't want to wait for their child to be damaged to then go to the court system. So most of the situations, it's high conflict, parallel parenting, and you've got the one parent in a typical situation, the mom's the secure attachment, the dad is playing the fools or being authoritarian where possible, where he can. So what tools do you recommend that the mom puts into place so that when the child does come back from the dad, because the child needs to be with the dad, that's an important aspect of, especially boy children, it's an important aspect of his development. But what tools does mom put into place to cancel some of the negativity that comes with that every day, instead of going to the pastor who's 40 years later dealing with damage? So what can the other parent, who is the healthy, secure attachment parent, put in to nullify the damaging effects over the compounds over years? What they got their child without going to the court system?
I mean, it's a difficult question, and I think there's a lot of aspects, there's a lot of different things one can unpack with regards to that. But I think the most important part for children is just be glad, be there for the child. When the child walks in, be happy to see the child. Be like, I'm so happy to see you. I'm so glad you are back. What do you think? What are we going to come? You need to do what you need to do. One of the things that I always tell to parents also is, don't immediately, what did you do? I know that is very often, I'm just interested. But children don't experience it as just interest. Okay? So that's avoidance. That's a no-no. The child will like to come and say, oh, when I was a dad, it was like this, and we did that, and it was very nice. A lot of the time, parents, when they say, what did you do? And the child said, oh, we had a nice time. Then the mother's like, oh, really? What did you do? It's a human thing. We want to know, and we want to sort of like feel that, well, I must also do nice things for my child if he enjoyed it there or whatever. But avoid that. Just be with the child. Just, when they come in, let them give you the lead of where they are at. If you see they don't feel so good, don't immediately go and say, what's wrong? I see you don't look good, blah, blah, blah. Give them a space to breathe and be like, are you hungry? I'm in the kitchen, I'm busy making food, come grab something if you want something. And take it from me. But I think there's a lot of other things, but I think it will take me some time to talk about that, and maybe that will be a topic for now.
Thank you that you're coming back.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? No. Irina, thank you so much. Irina's amazing, isn't she?
Yeah.
I mean, always learn so much from Irina, and I actually enjoy reading her reports, so that's in like 40, 50 pages. But very insightful. I love the reports and she puts in her reports. It's extra reading for me. And so thank you so much, Irina. Folks, we've come to the end of our day. It's 2 o'clock. I know Agnes wants to, if I'm 5 minutes over time, Agnes send me a message on Monday and say, please stick within our time frame. So we come to the end of the day. But I just want to thank all of you for coming today. Thank you for being so grateful and taking the time out here and show peace out today. And thank you to all our guest speakers, Jenny, Irina, Weasel, thank you so much. Hello. Our favorite rugby player in the room. And cricket player. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to our volunteers. Without our volunteers, we would have no dialogues. So our volunteers know who they are. We've got some in the room, we've got some outside, making sure that we're safe in here. We've got volunteers looking after children in the children's corner. We've got people behind the scenes. And so a huge thank you, and volunteers who make our refreshments. Thank you so much that you put a lot of effort, love, and soul into this. Thank you to everyone To all the moms online and in person, happy Mother's Day tomorrow. You are the pillars of our households and our families. I must say this to my husband. Planned today. I was away for 6 days last week. And when I came home, the very next day, my daughter said, she's 21, by the way. So when I came home the next day, she said, Mom, you really hold this household together. Mom, do. We hold the household together. So I said, why? What happened? She goes, you have no idea. Like there was just, things were just happening. But you hold the household together. And that's what moms do. So big ups to all the moms. We love you. And yeah, thank you. Have a good afternoon. Drive home safely. And we'll see you very soon.
Okay.